Okay. If you're on the replay crew, this is my standard getting ready for the show. Skip ahead 5 minutes if you want to skip this. If you're listening on a quiet audio device like a small mobile phone, let me know if I'm loud enough. If you're listening on an excellent audio device, let me know if I sound good. That said, if there's nobody here, none of you can do that. All right, let's just start this timer and go. Okay, 5 minutes from showtime. Open up the chat on the second window here. Friday morning live, that's me. 5 minutes from showtime. Well, that sounds loud enough. It's on my phone. Open up the chat on the second. I'm gonna give you guys an echo, but okay. Hey, David D is in the house. Thank you. You're the first member of today's live stream. If I had a prize to give, you'd earn it. Good morning. Good morning, Vietnam and around the world. We're live on YouTube. Oh, it says, okay, make sure you switch it to all messages or live chat, depending on your platform. We are an intimate crowd. There's enough room for everybody to have a chance to get their messages heard. You guys really don't need a filter. Welcome back, Zeitgeist. I hope you enjoyed the lemon pound cake video. I'm streaming from a remote location. I'm house sitting, so a little bit, don't have all my creature comforts here, but I have a few that I don't have at home, so it's a mix of both. Sound check. All right, Kelya is happy with the sound. I've been making a lot of changes to the sound. If anyone is an audio engineer, I've slowly become one. So now I've got 5 different audio filters working on this MacBook mic. Start with a noise gate that blocks out sound that, just humming, that kind of, background sound. Then I've got a 3-band equalizer to accentuate both my bass and bring up the treble, little dip in the mid-range. Then I've got a compressor, which I guess takes that sound and filters it down into a nice even sound, so my highs and lows are lifted or leveled, so you guys aren't going when I turn on the sirens. And then I have a gain filter to bring it back up again, because all of that compressing kind of quietens it. And then I have a limiter at the end, just in case everything went to shit. The limiter keeps it from popping. So I've become like an audio engineer in, what's this, about a month of streaming off the MacBook? Yeah, Russell Williams is gross. You don't have to stick around for him. He's the end of the show. But yeah, we're going to do a little bit of Canadian crime today. What's on the agenda? Let's see. Just kind of go through my run through here. Okay, lemon pound cake. Oh, I'll be doing my taste test. This is my first taste of the cake coming up. Yeah, we follow up. Winter Lake asked an excellent question about Sarah Boone and Alimony, and my initial answer wasn't exactly right, but it was close enough, and definitely brought us towards, I think this Betty Broderick is going to be fascinating. So we'll touch on that. I made a PowerPoint. And then the meat of the show, I just think that the Russell Williams interrogation is among, if not the best, YouTube interrogation video that's available. It's just really well done. Blue Giraffe asked an excellent question. What's the background? Jail cots? Yes, I'll just duck out of the frame here, or let's see, I'll just put up there and then pop out of the frame. That is a picture that was sent to me by Bedtime Lullabies, one of the founding members of the channel, and that is the Big Bay at Lowell. So I'm coming to you straight from Ocala today. I'm on the road. It looks like I am wearing the same thing as I wore for my lemon pound cake video. You're absolutely correct. I stayed up quite late editing that video and was up quite early to make sure I was here for the premiere. So, Ocean Sounds is here. Blue Giraffes. Kelly's back. Okay, so a few of you saw the lemon pound cake video. We're gonna take it mellow. There's no big intro today. I'm just gonna take it easy. So, got in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Hey, welcome to the Friday Morning Coffee Show. I'm Dan D, and this is your show. Today, we're gonna do a little taste test. If you were available for my lemon pound cake premiere, there it is. I've let the cake sit for about 6-7 hours overnight. I've cut myself first slice. It looks pretty fucking good. I'm really impressed. I'm really, like, it's got nice bubbling, not big air pockets. The icing that I tasted from the bowl was light and fresh. Like, you could taste that I used fresh lemons. So here we go. Oh, wow. Oh, wait, but it's like moist, but then it mixes with your saliva and and it's rich. Look at that. Even the crumble as it's being staying together. Oh my goodness. That's what freedom tastes like. Congratulations to Afroman. I don't like to eat on the streams, but oh, that was good. That was fucking good. All right. Oh. I can't bring the mug too close to the yeah, this is one of the mugs in the house that I'm house sitting for. Figured that would be the ideal one for the stream. Oh, I can still feel it going down. It's just like clawing onto the esophagus and just like, let me get back in your mouth. It tastes delicious. Oh, that's good. Fuck me. If you didn't see the lemon pound cake show, it's a video. It's up now. I premiered it just before this morning's live. The recipe is legit. You can actually make it from all the instructions that I give. I've got all the ingredients and materials you need in the description, so check that out if you want your own lemon pound cake and you don't need to be kicking indoors that you don't have reason to be there. So what else do I have? Got a jam-packed show. We're going to get right into it. Winterlake asked a fascinating question. Let me see if I have her question. Boom, that's it. Winterlake says, Dan D, do you think there's ever been another LWOP convict that has had the audacity and absurdity to try to legally seek alimony? I imagine every other human being in existence has at least one brain cell to know you just don't do that. For obvious reasons. There is no need. And you can see my hidden reply here, but the response is, oh wow, so there actually is another case. Now, there is and isn't. When I started looking around for, has any other prisoner tried to claim alimony while incarcerated, the name Betty Broderick popped up. Now, Betty Broderick was convicted of second-degree murder in 1991. Give me 1 second. I just noticed the lemon pound cake on the counter doesn't have a cover on it, and I don't want it to sit out and get air. Cut my slice and walked away without even covering it. Anyway, so Betty Broderick killed her husband in 1989, ended up being convicted of it, him and his recent wife. While she was incarcerated but awaiting her conviction, she asked for the back alimony that she said he owed for the previous 2 months before she killed him. It's not quite what Sarah's asking for. So she wasn't asking for it while she was in jail, but it's still pretty audacious to say, yeah, he actually owed me for a couple of months. So, how about that? That said, the more I looked into the case, the more backstory I found. There's just, it goes deep. So let's see what I can summarize first right off the bat for Betty. Let's just actually take a quick look in the chat. Does anybody even know Betty Broderick? Anybody have any opinions on the case? Lemon Pound Cake video is up on the page. Yeah, just premiered, so it should be available. It's staying up there. It's like a 40-minute video, but you can skip around. I'm going to set up chapters for key points to make it a proper cooking video, but a lot of shade at the Adams County Sheriff's Department as well. Hey, Lakeisha, welcome. Lakeisha Prelo is here. All right, yes, more coffee, okay. Okay, so Betty Broderick is initially a much more sympathetic Sarah Boone. She met her husband while he was in med school. They got married while he was still in school. She was a full-time school teacher, had a second job as well, raised the 4 kids while he finished his med degree and then went on to get a law school degree at Harvard. So, maybe about 12 more years of school beyond from the time that they got together. So he's building up loans for law school. They're, living the life. She's working hard. She's known for being, an outstanding mother to her children. The kids at her school love her. Lots of stuff that Sarah didn't have as far as people that would have vouched for her. Almost like a early Lori Vallow vibes, like where, people just loved her, green chili chicken enchiladas back in another day. Anyway, back to Betty. So after 16 years of marriage, husband Dan, so this is another interesting angle for me, Dan is now making good money. He's got a practice. He's doing malpractice law. That's not many people have a medical school degree in addition to a law degree, so he can do a lot of very unique cases for clients that have a lot of money. So he's doing very well now. So well that he has an affair with his 21, 22-year-old legal assistant. And they go on to get married. And this is, kind of gives you a clue as to how the rest of this unfolded. So she's pissed. She's, I broke my back. I put us through the hardest times of our marriage. And, now that, we're getting to the rewards, you dump me. And so it's a contentious divorce. With his connections to the legal community, he's got friends who are lawyers, so a bunch of lawyers don't want to work for her because they claim that they've got a prior relationship with Dan. She goes through a few lawyers, apparently, I don't know, anywhere, 3 or 4 lawyers at least, not on the same grounds as Sarah, but still more lawyers than most people go through between divorce and criminal. Only one criminal lawyer, to be fair, but odd that the final divorce lawyer was her criminal lawyer at the end, so that's a detail. Anyway, in the divorce, Betty is, it's common. You get half, right? Wrong. There's something called, well, I'm going to wait for that in the slideshow. But basically, she gets screwed. Her half is her half is supposed to be half. And the assets are rated at $1.5 million. So just a little bit more. $780,000 is what she's supposed to get. It's reduced to $33,000. So she's pissed, right? She did get a really good alimony deal. It was $16,000 a month because, you know, they were making good money at that point. So it's based off of current income. But still, you're expecting $750,000 and you get 2 months of your alimony for it. So she's pissed. It, you know, not a good thing. Anyway, those are a lot of the mitigating factors where you can kind of say, okay, well, that's, you know, a lot more reasonable than Sarah being mad about him cheating while watching porn on a phone. Like, it's, you know, different situations, right? Then I go watch some of the trial. I look up stuff about Betty. Well, basically the opening statement from the trial. And I'm like, fuck, this chick is just as fucked as Sarah. And to that point, I'm going to go to my PowerPoint here. All right, that looks like it's working. That's working. All right, so here's my PowerPoint. In 1989, Betty Broderick killed. In 2020, Sarah killed. So this is Sarah v. Betty, comparison and contrast and compare and contrast. That's what it is. A compare and contrast. So lawyers. Betty claimed that she was unable to get divorce representation due to her ex-husband's legal connections. One lawyer declined, claiming that he was about to become a judge. Tricia Smith and Daniel Jaffe initially represented her. Jack Early took over from William Hargreaves, who was her final attorney for both the divorce and criminal trial. Sarah claimed Frank Bankowitz was a dud and Patricia Cashman was mean to her. She went through 8 lawyers before representing herself pro se by order of Judge Cranick. Was eventually represented by James Owens and his team of attorneys. Has cycled through a few appeals, attorneys for various reasons, well, I got to correct that, various reasons prior to her appeal hearing. There's always a typo in a PowerPoint slide. I guess it's not really a PowerPoint if you don't have a typo. Anyway, crimes. Betty was convicted of second-degree murder. Victims were Dan and Linda Broderick. She was sentenced to 2 consecutive terms. That's another incorrect. So it's 16. It was 15 years to life. Pause it and go back a touch. How did I let these errors? You know why? It's because I was up all night cooking lemon pound cake, and then I put together the slideshow. It was 2 consecutive terms of 15 years and then 2 extra years for illegal use of a firearm. So that turned into 32 years to life in California. And Sarah convicted of second-degree murder. Her victim was George Torres Jr. Sentence was life, and the jurisdiction is Florida. Let's get to what else. Alimony. There's the one that caused this to start in the first place. Betty alleged that Dan was $28,000 behind on alimony payments, which she claimed was part of the reason for her actions. Dan's lawyer argued that he was actually ahead on payments. Sarah continued to fight for alimony after her incarceration. A Florida family law case is still pending at the time of this presentation. Mitigating factors. Betty Broderick worked 2 jobs, including full-time as a school teacher to support her husband finishing med school, then continuing on to Harvard Law School. She was the primary caregiver for 4 children while Dan completed law school. When Dan started earning significant income, he started an affair with his 22-year-old assistant. During a contentious divorce, Dan used a legal mechanism known as, now this is why I saved it, Epstein credits, to offset Betty's share of combined assets. Her share of approximately $780,000 was reduced to about $33,000 due to the Epstein credits. Dan's law school debt was considered shared debt. By paying off his loans after the divorce, he earned Epstein credits. So I'm going to take a pause in the slideshow to explain Epstein credits. I'm sure I've said Epstein enough that this video is never going to get distributed, but let's just take a look. Oh, yeah, chat's active. Hello, Michael E. Welcome to the chat. Meowgarita's here. Always glad to see Meowgarita. Ocean Sounds, A to B, Kel, yeah. Okay, that's it. We're caught up. And what was I going to say? Oh, so an Epstein credit, if I can't say that enough. Basically, when they were married, all the debt that Dan accumulated by going to law school, and, think Harvard, not cheap, and, more than just a 4-year program, that shared debt, they own that equally as a partnership in the marriage. So even though she's working full time, paying the bills, making it possible for it to happen, because they got divorced just as he started making money, she didn't have claim to most of the assets that he'd made, just as he started earning good. But she did have a claim on all the debt. So what Dan did during the divorce was start paying off all of his student loans, so she would be liable for the half that she didn't pay. So, let's say he was, $100,000 a year was, and I don't even know what law school costs then, but I'm sure it's expensive. But let's say for a round number, $100,000 a year with interest, if he's hadn't paid off the loan in like the, 16 years that from when he took it, now maybe it's double. So he pays it off, and she's in the red for $100,000. So he just started paying off all of the debt that they accumulated as a couple. Even though it went towards his education, it's shared debt. I think that in a nutshell is like, what drove her a little crazy. But yeah, so he started doing that during the divorce and basically paid off all the debt that they'd picked up during marriage. And let all of his assets appreciate, and so it's contentious. Not good. Let's see where this slideshow goes. Sarah Boone's mitigating factors. Her grandparents died before Sarah turned 50 years old. She took care of blind and deaf dogs. She liked to paint and do puzzles. She really got along with her victim's probation officer. Ooh, I see there's some new people in the chat. Just going to take a second while that slide finishes its... Kathy Callie's here, was out with some unruly German shepherds. Release the hounds. Meowgarita says, I really don't like that guy. No shame, no scruples, no scrotals either. Are we talking about Russell Williams on that? I wonder. Or Dan Broderick. Probably Dan Broderick. Yeah, so there's a lot more reasons not to like Dan than there ever was to not like George. But yeah, okay, so we're all caught up. Meowgarita's heard these mitigating factors. This is only one page. I think I have a second page of Sarah mitigating factors, so if that causes you to rethink your thoughts on the Sarah case. She's an outstanding mother to her son, self-reported. She excels at everything she does, self-reported. Her crimes were not intentional and not malicious, self-reported. And she was a straight A student, self-reported. Okay, so we're caught up with those mitigating factors. Let's see if there's more to this slideshow. I believe, we're about halfway through. More facts to come. In the criminal trial, Betty was first tried October 1990 to a hung jury. Her second trial, December of 1991, resulted in a conviction with 2 counts of second-degree murder. The sentencing was February 1992, 2 consecutive terms of 15 to life plus 2 years for illegal use of a firearm. So I got these facts as I'm creating the slideshow, and I didn't even go back and correct it. She is eligible for parole next in January 2032. Sarah had a criminal trial in October of 2024, resulted in a conviction for second-degree murder. Sentencing was in December of 2024, life in prison. She's next eligible for parole in not eligible. As far as self-snitching goes, Betty recorded messages on her victim's answering machine threatening to kill him in addition to other crimes. The recorded messages were used against Betty in court. Sarah recorded cell phone video of herself committing her crime against the victim in addition to other videos she kept. The recorded videos were used against Sarah in court. I'm just going to take a quick second to give a huge shout out to VC Wants a Pony. 10 Dandy True Crime gift memberships. Compass Realty Hitman received one. Ladybug Lover Karen. Whoopsie Daisy Oots. Sue's What. Gypsy Blue. Alomo Hoyo. LJ. Tickety Boo Boo. Yolanda Streams Sarcasm. And Shelly Beans. You've all received a gift membership courtesy of VC Wants a Pony, one of the founding members of this channel. Thank you, thank you, thank you. All right, so we were looking at self-snitching. Little nod to Bruce Rivers, your criminal lawyer. But yeah, both of them did some self-snitching. The Betty Broderick case, her answer machine messages were played by the prosecutor in the opening statement, and they're wild. Thank you, VC Wants a Pony. So here's the question. Would you be interested in a Betty Broderick trial rewatch? That is the question, but what is the answer? There are 21 videos online recapping the entire 1991 trial for Betty Broderick. I think I've got some reasons too. I'll let this play out. I'm thinking about doing a Betty Broderick Bingeathon. I think that it would be anywhere from 4 to 6 hours a day. I'd have to do it for 21 days straight. If I did it, the schedule would be the Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday live streams would start about 12:30 Eastern US time. Pretty consistently. I'd be getting off work about a half hour before that. Each stream is anywhere from 3 to 5 hours. Or each video that we'd be reacting to or rewatching. I don't have nearly as much commentary. I won't be pausing it, every 3 seconds to make 12 seconds of comments. I'm anticipating, watching a half hour at a time and then maybe pausing for 5 minutes of commentary. And so anyway, I think that the mornings would be, or the Sunday, Monday, and Tuesdays would be that time. Wednesday through Saturday, I'd go later, so starting at 6 p.m. Eastern time. These would all go into a playlist, so if you're not available at either of those times, then you can certainly watch on replay. I wouldn't be starting this until April. I'd want to do a little bit of background research, but I don't mind going into it fairly fresh. I've just watched the opening statements, and I thought it was watchworthy. I thought the audio was good. I thought it was racy for, first year 1990. I think there's more cuss words in this trial than there is in the Afroman trial, in the opening statements, to be sure. So why do a rewatch? There are parallels to the Boone's case. Claims of abuse, victimhood. They brought up gaslighting. I didn't really realize that they were using the term gaslighting as far back as the late 80s, early 90s. But there's definite gaslighting claims from Betty Broderick. The evidence is wild. The hairstyles are wild. Yeah, all 80s, 90s hairstyles, outfits. The audio and video are good. They're better than a lot of trials that we watch. So those are all things in favor of a rewatch. Well, okay, that's a good... I see Kathy Callie saying, think about our English people. So do neither of those times work out for England? 3 of them would be at... like I said, 12:30 Eastern time. So wouldn't that be like late, like an 8:30, like a a nice primetime stream for England. I think it's about 8 hours beyond Eastern. And then the other would be the late night one. I think that way might be better for Australian viewers, where they would be getting that as like a morning stream. But yeah, I'm trying to appeal to everyone. I can move around my night streams a little bit to either go, a little later or a lot later. But I'd like to stay as consistent as possible too. So definitely reach out. I'm not starting it tomorrow. So if you've got thoughts on what the schedule should be, by all means, post it in the comments. Post it in the comments after the video, or like the non-live comments, so that it's easier to access. It's hard to go back through the live chats. Margarita says, I wish I could say yes for myself, but I can't watch it. I feel too bad for Betty, but I would want you to do it for those that enjoy it, might drop in. You know what? I felt the same way, Margarita, going into it, and then I watched the opening statement, and I was kind of floored by how it spun me around. So I went in very sympathetic to Betty. So if nothing else, watch the first episode, and I'll give plenty of warning before it. Maybe watch the opening statement. If it doesn't, at least open your eyes to well, this is interesting. Because they're not mean to her, but it's quite, the evidence is laid out in quite a compelling way. So I think that it would be a great rewatch. I think 21 days is just short enough that I could commit to it, and yet just long enough that it might help build a little momentum for the channel, and just get a few watch parties going, build up a little community. Let's see what the next slide is. Oh yeah, okay. So are you in? It would mean that the regular Friday morning coffee and evening ramble would take a 3-week hiatus. I would obviously be doing the trial for the Fridays as well, so I'd just be doing a single stream for that. That said, I could probably do a segment at the beginning of the Friday shows that would catch up on anything that I would cover in the rambles. Longer stretches between pauses. We'd be watching most of it together, not so much deep dive commentary as first impressions. I would be doing live reads of historical news coverage related to the trial testimony. So I'm going to look up archived news articles for each day of the testimony and how newspapers or columnists were reacting to it, and add a little value to it that way. That's another big thing. I haven't seen it yet, but I know that Betty Broderick testifies in her own defense. She actually testified in both trials. So if you have a bad taste from the Corey Richins trial, not being able to see her testify, spoiler alert, Betty testifies. So if you invest the time in it, you're going to at least be able to see the defendant's defense. Yes, A to B brings up that gaslighting comes up from the old movie Gaslight, where the husband tries to manipulate his wife into going crazy. And literally by using the gaslights, he's turning down the gaslights and telling her she's going crazy, that, he can see just fine, something wrong with you. But for a long time, I just understood the term in context, but never really understood the etymology of the word. Is it I guess I'm going to go with it. The origins of the word. Yeah, Betty Broderick still in prison. 2032 is her next parole hearing, which is earlier than Sarah's next parole hearing. Charles Boyer, freaking Charles Boyer, says Kelia. None of my business, but can you operate on next to no sleep for a month? Beth, I've been doing it for the last 6 months. Since starting this channel, my sleep has taken a serious nosedive. It's a lot more coffee in my life and a lot less sleep. Sorry, no hablo factardo. What's going on with this slideshow? I think I'm on the final slide here. Yeah, so I'm just saying, let's do it. We should do it. That's what I think. Okay, so let's set up for the B block. B block, we're going to be watching this guy. He's a bad guy. That's Russell Williams. And if you don't know who Russell Williams is, rather than summarize the case myself, I'm going to take a quick break from that. And what am I going to do? We're going to go to a montage of some... Oops, that's my dashboard page. Still pissed off about my copyright strike. Sinclair Media, screw you. All right, let's go to that page. And we're back. I've got a montage of my feet. Ooh, what I need is the timestamps for this. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. I have a little post-it that has all my timestamps for when I want to stop these videos, because these are all creators that I don't want to be overusing their work. I just want to show you their intros. This playlist is going to be in the description for the video, so if you want to watch any of these creators' takes on Russell Williams, I think all of them are worth watching. That said, I think we're ready to go.
Hey you, and welcome. My name is Mike, and in this whole video, we're going to talk about this guy. The big guy, Colonel Russell Williams. Which means we're also going back to Canada. Sorry, not sorry. Colonel Russell Williams was exactly that, a high-ranking bigwig in the Canadian Armed Forces. Over the course of his life and career, which we will talk about, he would become a shining star and elite Top Gun pilot in the Canadian military. For a while, and we'll get into that. And we'll also talk about the very nature of this kind of enigmatic person. So let's have a go.
That was Mike from that chapter.
Welcome to my scientifically informed insider look at mental health topics. If you find this video to be interesting or helpful, please like it and subscribe to my channel. Hello, this is Dr. Grande. Today's question asks if I can analyze the Russell Williams case. So what are the mental health and personality factors that may be at work in a case like this? Russell Williams was a colonel in the Canadian Armed Forces who lived a double life. Just a reminder that I'm not diagnosing anybody in this video, only speculating about what could be happening in a situation like this. So first I'll take a look at the background, then I'll look at the timeline of the crimes, and then the mental health and personality factors. So starting with the background. Russell Williams was born in 1963 in England. His parents moved to Canada a few years later. His father, David Williams, was a PhD metallurgist who worked at a research lab. His parents were divorced in 1969. Evidently, David Williams had an affair with a woman named Lynn Savka. After this, his mother, Christine Williams, started a relationship with Lynn's husband, Jerry Savka. Jerry was also a PhD who worked at the same facility. The couple would get married in 1970. Russell ended up being cared for by Christine and Jerry, and for many years he even used the last name Savka. Evidently the breakup of these two couples was a bit of a scandal, so Christine and Jerry decided to move out of that community. Evidently Christine was extremely extroverted, and she also considered herself to be in the upper class of society. The divorce took place when Russell was 6 years old. It's believed that this was something he really struggled with. Russell would go to boarding school. His roommate in school said that Russell had no social skills whatsoever, and said even though they shared a room together, they had no interaction between them. The roommate said that Russell would listen to the same Diana Ross song over and over, to the point where the needle on the record player actually failed.
Like literally failed. That's a weird thing. That's a very weird detail.
So this made me curious. I looked up this tendency to listen to the same song over and over, and it's not connected with anything unusual. It's actually remarkably common. Although listening to the same song so many times that the needle fails That might be a little extreme, but still, overall, this construct is not tied to anything clearly destructive. Russell thought that he was better than other people. He was described as a snob. He was considered condescending and arrogant. He also didn't like to joke. He didn't make many friends, and he was always serious. Evidently, Russell was quite active in the band. He played a trumpet and was quite talented. Russell graduated from that school in 1982, and after this, he went to college. He was assigned to a townhouse with 5 other students. Before any of them could get settled or get acquainted, he developed a schedule that listed all the chores in the residence and assigned jobs to the roommates.
That's weird too. I couldn't imagine, I wouldn't have reacted well if that was what was happening. There's something at 352 that I'm interested in, or that I wanted him to close with. I'm going to skip a little bit ahead.
But he really took a lot of pride in his ability to sneak up on people and scare them. Now, his interest and participation in practical jokes is actually pretty interesting. We know that this behavior is associated with sadism. So this may connect to what we see later on.
And that kind of matches with some of the stuff I've been looking at. Vitaly and Johnny Somali, who are IRL kick streamers that make their living off of doing pranks and getting views. And similar mentality. That's enough of you, Dr. Grande. Let's move on.
But after the exception of the bars on the windows, it's the most adorable jail located on...
So this is True Crime Canada. They give a little bit more background about the city and the locale of this crime.
37, Tweed is home to about 1,600 people, as well as 6,000 people in the surrounding municipality. Tweed also happens to be home to the smallest jail in North America, founded in 1898. And honestly, with the exception of the bars on the windows, it's the most adorable jail I've ever seen. It has 3 teeny tiny cells and stayed open for 50 years before closing in 1950 due to a lack of crime, and is now a popular tourist attraction for Tweed. Tweed is one of those stereotypical small towns, where everyone knows everyone and nobody locked their doors. That is, until the fall of 2007, when strange break-and-enters started to occur. A fetish burglar was breaking into houses and only stealing women's underwear. However, most of these burglaries would go undetected. The homeowners either didn't realize their home had been broken into or didn't report the burglaries to police out of embarrassment over what was taken. By May of 2008, there had been 22 fetish break-ins in Tweed alone. That same month, over 200 kilometers away in Ottawa, similar break-and-enters and theft of women's underwear were occurring in the suburb community of Orleans. But unlike the Tweed cases, many of these break-and-enters were reported to the Ottawa police, who at first weren't too terribly concerned. But after multiple thefts of lingerie in the Orleans area, the Ottawa police would issue a warning to the public on Halloween 2008. The break-ins would continue in both communities throughout 2009.
Hey everybody, welcome back to an all-new episode of 10 to Life.
Annie Elise.
Annie Elise. I hope you guys are doing well today. I've missed you. Okay, hold on. I have got to get talking about today's case, but I don't even know where to begin. It's one of the most notorious cases in a different country, not United States,
my country,
that I've ever heard, and I don't even know, guys. As I got to researching it, it's it blows my mind. It's so crazy because I feel like anytime I talk about killers on this channel, especially the ones who are the worst of the worst, the ones who are cold, sadistic, disgusting, it can be pretty terrifying. And maybe one of the most scary things is that so many of these truly, truly vile people are so good at lying. They are so good at wearing the mask. They're so good at being caring and being a kind person, faking it, of course, but you know what I mean. So much so that it's hard to even believe that they could be capable of doing any harm, let alone being a murderer. A perfect example is Ted Bundy, working at the, hotline for self-inflicting, taking your own life. He was working at that hotline by day, yet murdering innocent women by night. Or even Charles Cullen, your typical everyday nurse, who was actually purposefully killing so many of his patients just for his own cruel amusement.
Elizabeth
and today's
Wetlauer,
case
too.
is about someone who people thought very, very highly of. They never in a million years would have imagined that they were capable of anything violent or deadly, which just makes it all the more terrifying. So get comfy, get like a blanket or like something like to snuggle with. I don't know. It's so creepy. Just whatever's going to make you feel safe and cozy and comfy, because we're going to jump right in.
Your vehicle.
And now, Behavior Panel gets a lot of slack. Like, there's divided opinions amongst Sarah Boone fans. One thing I will say about them is that this particular episode on the Russell Williams interrogation, I think is their best episode ever. I think a lot of it has to do with their knowledge of the case going into their analysis. They have a respect for Jim Smith, the interrogator here. But I think this represents Behavior Panel at their absolute best. It's a long, you can listen to it several times over and kind of pick up different things. Sometimes they are repeating what the last guy said, but it reinforces it. But there's just so much to this interrogation that it gives them a lot of meat to work with for in their wheelhouse.
The side of Jessica Lloyd's house. Your boots walked to the back of Jessica Lloyd's house. This is getting beyond my control.
Today we're going to do something a little bit different than what we usually do. There wasn't a whole lot going on in pop culture this week, so we decided we'd talk about one of our favorite things in the whole wide world, interrogation. Deciding which interrogation video to break down wasn't hard at all, because you let us know what you wanted to see in the comments. And when the panelists speak...
Kelly, yes, they do have Jim on as a guest too, although I found this video was better than that one. I think they're a little too... they're a little too taken with them, so they don't get a lot of great new info from them just because they're just like, oh my God, it's Jim Smith. Which, I don't blame them if they're huge fans, that you're going to be a little bit awestruck. But I don't think that video is quite as good as this particular one. And even their analysis of Jim Smith, the detective who's doing the interrogation, there feels like there's more to it in this video. But good point. Thank you for letting us know, Kelly.
Listen, so we're going to talk about the interrogation of Colonel Russell Williams, a long-time panelist favorite. You might think that's going to be pretty exciting, but it's not going to be exciting. It's going to be horrifically boring. It's what we like. There's nothing to do in pop culture, so we're going to nerd out on it. There's a lot of silence in the videos we're going to be watching. That's because nobody's talking. And that uncomfortable silence is what we feed on. So again, we're going to talk about body language, but more than that, we're going to talk about interrogation. All right, you ready? Here we go.
And finally, we'll finish with Matt Orchard. He has a 1 minute, I think will lead us really well into the interrogation itself.
So what am I doing, Russ? I put my best foot forward here for you, but I really have. I don't know what else to do to make you understand the impact of what's happening here. Do we talk?
I want to minimize the impact on my wife.
So do I.
How do we do that?
Well, you start by telling the truth.
Okay.
Okay. So where is she?
Got a map?
If you're a fan of true crime...
Got a map? No, you got here right from the beginning, ADJ Farside. You have perfectly timed it for the meat of today's show, which is this interrogation. It is 2 hours and 40 minutes long. I imagine I'll have anywhere from a half hour to an hour of commentary in between. So this show has 3.5 to 4 hours left to go. Yes, we're at the end of the beginning, and now we're at the beginning of the middle.
Interviewed by NIS for top.
I'm just sorry to see you, Russ.
The guy I was speaking with on whatever night that was Russ as well.
Oh, yeah.
And took every number I had.
Yeah, no, they were doing some pretty thorough interviews that night. So.
Yeah, absolutely. It was great. Glad to see it.
I'm just going to move your gloves here. That's a little microphone, just to make sure there's nice and clear. As you can see here, everything in this room is videotaped and audio taped.
Check.
You ever been interviewed by the police in a room like this before?
I have never been interviewed like this.
Oh, no? Okay.
No.
Let's get this set up here.
I guess the closest to interviewed by NIS for top secret clearance.
Oh, yeah? All right. Well, again, Russell, I appreciate you coming in. An investigation like this, I mean, I'm sure you can appreciate it's been big news, especially down Belleville way.
I knew I said I wouldn't be pausing it too much, but I'll pause right at the beginning there. That little power move Russ tries is, oh yeah, no, I have been in a room like this once when I was being interviewed for high security clearance, basically trying to elevate himself. Like, you know, the only time I'm ever in a room like this is because I'm such an important person. But Jim Smith don't take that shit.
You know, obviously our approach to cases like this is that we don't give up on somebody being alive until we get evidence that they're not. So because of that, we're treating Jessica's case as an emergent situation, obviously. So we're fast forwarding things that we might normally take our time with. And that's why we're here on a Sunday afternoon. So again, I appreciate it. We're going to do a pretty thorough interview today, okay? And the reason for that is because the last thing we want is to be calling people back again and again and again, okay? So what we're going to do is we're going to go over a number of things, and I'm going to explain what all those are to you, okay? I'm a big coffee guy. I don't know if you're a coffee guy or not, but I didn't want to drink in front of you, so.
No, I appreciate that.
All right, go ahead.
I could definitely, are they black?
Yeah, they're just black with sugar.
Probably have it a little bit.
Sorry, what, sorry?
Gum, just
Oh,
a
okay.
piece of gum.
Well, there's napkins there if you want to toss it around.
I appreciate that.
Audio
All
balance
right,
check.
and again, like I said, this interview is going to be very thorough. But again, I have a simple rule when I talk to people. It's I'm sure you're the same way. I treat everybody with respect. I don't want to ask if they do the same for me. So what we're going to do is we're going to start off by going through what your rights are, okay? Just like everybody else, okay? Have you ever been read your rights before?
No.
Yeah, I'm sure you've seen it on TV a whole bunch of times, but that's usually the American version, so I'll go over with you briefly, okay? Basically in Canada, as you know, I'm sure, is we all have our rights guaranteed under the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, okay? Now, Russell, just to avoid any confusion, because people do get confused when they're talked to by the police, is that
So this is an interesting point for our American viewers. We do basically have the same rights, and you know, even we don't call them the Miranda rights. Like a lot of times, cops will refer to them as that. Obviously, Miranda is not binding jurisdictional law in Canada, but we have the same right under the Charter of Rights and Freedoms to be advised of your rights prior to an interrogation.
you're obviously not under arrest here today, okay? Anytime you feel you want to leave here, you feel free to do so. The door's not locked. Teresa will walk you down the lobby anytime you want, okay? If there's anything that comes up in our interview today, Russell, that you feel you want to talk to a lawyer about, you just let me know, okay? Sure. And the reason for that is I want to explain to you exactly what's going on here, okay? Jessica Lloyd is one of 4 cases that we're currently investigating. Okay?
So real quick on ADG Farside asked a question, who is this guy? Missed the little pre-show intros from the 7 creators that I featured. But really quickly, he started stealing women's underwear. Then he was breaking into houses and stealing other things from the underwear drawers. Took pictures of himself wearing them. Escalated to the point where women were dying, and he's being brought in now. They don't know who did it, but they have some interesting circumstantial evidence that's pointing at Colonel Russell Williams. His name is Colonel Russell Williams because he was one of the highest ranking military members in the Canadian Armed Forces. He was the guy who would fly the jets if the Queen was coming to visit. He would be the person in charge of flying. So he worked on a base that was very near the city of Tweed. I guess a lot of people in Tweed were people who also worked and lived near the base to work there. So that's the little bit of background here. But at this point, he doesn't know they have anything on him. He thinks he's just being interviewed just like everyone else in the community, because it's a small enough community to talk to everyone who's, adjacent to the crime. So he's just playing that, hey, I'm just the Joe. I've heard about this. Obviously, if he's on here, he's not just the Joe. He's Russ.
And essentially what's happened is over the past about 4 or 5 months, there have been 4 occurrences that, like I said, that we're looking into.
Hey,
2
Pine
of those
Weaver.
occurrences occurred in
Good to see
September
you.
2009. And very briefly, they were up in the Tweed area. They involved somebody entering
Video
2
is a bit
different
loud.
women's houses
Okay, I can fix that.
in the evening hours and committing sexual acts. In November of 2009, a young lady by the name of Marie-France Como.
Video's been adjusted.
Was found murdered in her home in Brighton. And we believe that there was a sexual component to that crime as well. And
Audio on the video has been
most
adjusted.
recently, we have Jessica Lloyd's disappearance. Okay, so essentially, when you're looking at those kind of crimes, we're looking at a number of different potential criminal charges. All right, we're looking at issues all the way from the most serious one, which is first-degree murder, kidnapping, sexual assault, break and enter with intent to commit sexual assault. Forcible confinement, okay? And so what I want to make sure you understand, and this is what we've been doing with everybody we've been talking to, is that clearly when we find out who's responsible for one or all of those crimes, they could be charged with one or all of those offenses, okay? Whether it's you or whether it's anybody else, all right? And that's why it's important that we make sure that people understand what they have to do and what they don't have to do when they're talking to us, okay? So as I said before, any point today,
I think he swallows his gum. There is a point where the gum is no longer there, but he's working the gum. He even brings it up like he doesn't want to drink the coffee because he's still working his gum.
If you feel the need, you want to speak to a lawyer, you let me know, and we can take you to a room where you can do that in private, okay? Do you have your own lawyer?
I have a realty lawyer, but
Okay.
no, I don't have a lawyer.
All right. If at any point you want to make that call and you don't know who to call, we have a phone list of lawyers that are available to give you advice free of charge right over the phone. Okay. So again, if at any point today you want...
That seems like a better system than the States, where it's like, oh, you want to call your lawyer? Do you have one? No. A lot of people do that little bluff that they're going to call their lawyer, but that's nice that the Canadian police have a little phone book. People will give free advice over the phone. I'm sure the advice is stop talking to the cops, but...
take advantage of that, you just let me know.
Sure.
Is there any reason you want to call a lawyer now?
No.
Okay. A couple other fairly simple and straightforward things that you probably understand, but again, we go over them to make sure that is that
Thank you,
have to speak to me today. Okay? And the reason for that is because the law considers me to be what we refer to as a person of authority. Okay, probably similar to what you may be considered to be on the base. And because of that, I can be compelled to appear before any judge in the country, basically, to account for what takes place here today between you and I. Okay, and that's the reason why everything's recorded.
We'll take a quick peek. Oh, hold on. Let me just try and pause it.
Because there can't be any more accurate record than that, right? So.
No, understood.
And the other thing I want to make sure you
I thought that's where he looked up and grinned at the camera. Just so you know the layout of the room, the top photo here on the right-hand side, that's showing the two-shot. So Russell's the guy in the corner, and Jim Smith is in the middle of the room, and then the door is behind them. So I think that is one of the common interview techniques. You know, get them in a corner, tell them the door is open, but be the physical block in the door. The middle of the three is just the picture of the detective, so you can get an idea of his body language. And then it's just a black square saying room 216.
And is it, you mentioned a second ago about Miss Como being one of your work associates.
Yeah, so Como is the name of the woman that worked at the base that he worked at, so she knew who he was. And it's pretty sick as we get into a few more of the details later in this video.
So I don't know what's happened since November.
Oh my goodness. Michael E. Huang. 5 true crime gift memberships. California violinist, Bossy Tuba, Candle in the Window, that's a cool name, Lady Justice JD, Snooker B. You've all received gift memberships from Michael E. Huang. Remember, there are no super chats, so if you do send gift memberships, you earn a free super chat. You can send me an email with a request. You can post it to the community tab. If it's something short enough to put in a comment, just say free chat in all caps, and I'll read out what you have to say. I appreciate gift memberships because it helps build the community. I was somebody who never bought a subscription before because to me YouTube was free, and I had enough bills in my life. So there are people like that are enjoying this channel, and it's nice to share the benefits of memberships with them as well. So I really appreciate that. Thank you.
Military side of things. But what we want to make people clear on is that if you have been spoken to by any person in authority or any police officer about any of those cases, I don't want what they may have said to you to make you feel influenced or compelled to say anything to me today, okay? Whatever you might have felt influenced or compelled to say to them earlier, you don't have to repeat it to me, and you don't have to say anything further, okay? But obviously what you do say, for the third time is being recorded, right? So.
Understood. These first 2 attacks happened not that far from my place in Tweed. Well, the second one did.
Yeah.
We didn't even know the first one had happened, but I understand that was reasonably close as well. But the second one was very close.
Yeah.
So,
Pretty bold. Wow, we remember they were really close to my house. Oh yeah, no, that's exactly why you're here, Russell.
at the time, the OPP did went door to door.
Yeah.
And, within a couple of days, probably the same night, so I spoke with a couple guys then.
Okay.
Yeah, so Detective Wolbefit, I pinned a comment, but I'll bring it up in the video as well. In Canada and Australia, you can ask for a lawyer. You certainly have the right to ask for a lawyer. But that doesn't make them just shut down. It's not like one of those... it's not like a magic spell like you see in the States, where the minute they say, I need a lawyer, boom, they just leave the room. And like, oh, fuck, they exercise their rights. A great trial to watch, or trial interrogation to watch for an example of this. His name was Rocky Rambo. I'm not kidding. That was his name. His parent, Asian kid. His parents, I guess, were big fans of Sylvester Stallone and named him Rocky Rambo. I don't know if that had anything to do with why he went off, but you know, it's a tough start. But it happened in Vancouver, British Columbia, Canada, and he several times, like, I don't want to talk, and okay, but can you just tell us a little bit about this? It's like a 6 or 7 hour interrogation. He gets food, he gets, you know, but it's not the most compelling interrogation, except for the fact that it goes on so long after he's, you know, asked for a lawyer, which is kind of crazy by American interrogation standards. But he did some crazy shit too. So yeah, you can ask for a lawyer, you can call your lawyer, you can wait for the lawyer to get there, he can join you in the interview, but the cops can keep asking you questions. And I don't know, I think that's kind of fair. I think it levels the playing field a little bit.
Yeah, and I'm aware of that from looking at...
Is Russell's, he talks a little quieter than Jim. I'm still seeing the bars on my audio meter is pretty good for this video, but if there's any problems at all, make sure you say it in chat, because better to find out now than try and fix it after.
In cases. And essentially, Russell, in a nutshell, that's what we wanted to talk to you about, okay? Those 4 cases are of concern to us. And, you know, you've kind of almost hit the nail on the head about some of our issues that kind of make us want to talk to Russell Williams, okay? Because essentially, there's a connection between you and all 4 of those cases. Would you agree? Geographically,
yes, I drive past. Yes, I would have to say there's a connection. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's why I'll be quite frank with you. That's why things kind of evolved when the officers talked to you on Thursday night.
Okay.
We kind of went from there because when I think you discussed with them the fact that you were a colonel at the base.
I was in uniform at the time, so.
Yeah, so pretty obvious, right?
Yeah.
So essentially...
No, Rocky Rambo, the chat is asking about him. He killed randomly and kind of like, I think at the time they called him a Warcraft, like World of Warcraft killer or something, because he played video games, and he definitely did play video games, and there is killing in video games, but I mean, millions of people play video games. It's like saying that people who watch John Wick movies are killers, and it's like, I imagine anyone who may be predestined to be a killer might be attracted to a John Wick movie, but you know, doesn't necessarily mean all of one or all of the other. So what is that called? Venn paradox? Probably not. Anyway, I was trying to be smart there and I caught myself. Anyway,
the connection with Miss Como was made, and I believe you're a door or two down from one of those two incidents in Tweed.
3 doors down,
Yeah.
Very close, absolutely.
Yeah, exactly. So those are some of the issues we wanted to discuss with you.
Yeah.
Okay. So just getting back to these 4 incidents that we're talking about, maybe you could just give me a little bit of history as to your arrival in the base in Trenton. When did you start working there?
Friday on the day I was... Friday on the day I was at home most of the time. Most of the day I had a sort of a stomach flu.
Okay. In Ottawa or Tweed?
Tweed.
In Tweed? Okay.
Yeah.
So we backtrack then. So all day Friday, you're at home.
Yeah.
And then what time do you...
so timeline established. Slow it down. Take a breath, Dan. This is all timeline establishment.
Go to the base to sleep there on the Friday night?
Not sure. Probably just, went in for just before bed. So I probably left Tweed at between 8 and 9 or so.
Okay. And you get to the base and spend the evening there and get up for the 5:30?
Yeah.
Okay. So we backtrack from there. When did you arrive at your home at the cottage? I don't want to get confused between your home in Ottawa and the home in Tweed. So,
no, I had been in Tweed all week.
Yeah.
The week prior now. Yeah, I think that's the case. Was in Tweed all week. Flew Saturday. Headed to Ottawa Saturday night.
Okay. So if you didn't have the stomach flu on the Friday, what was your schedule that day?
Yeah, let's discuss the hairstyle now. If I had this kind of a receding hairline, I wouldn't keep that little patch on the top. Like, I couldn't imagine shaving the patch either, but I definitely wouldn't go for this particular hairstyle. Like, he's got enough front that he can use that to cover up this, but instead he's going with, give me the number 1, or give me the no blade guard, please.
Okay.
What would have been my schedule? Just a standard schedule in the office.
Okay.
It almost looks like a golf fairway. Like that's the, the little driving box. And then they have that, little spot where you're not expected to be so bad that you don't get it that far. And the fairway is the whole top of his head here. And you've got the rough over on the sides.
So, office brief in the morning, couple of meetings. I can't remember what the specifics were going to be.
Okay, so Thursday night you slept at Tweed, or you?
Yep.
All right, and
yeah, that's what they would call the landing strip if it was a little further south, right?
You Thursday during the day.
Thursday during the day, I was at the base again.
No, he wears a funny hat because he's a colonel, so his hat almost perfectly matches his hairline. It's like this little peaked hat that I'll see if I can find a picture of it while we're watching.
I think it was a fairly standard day. I can't recall exactly, but yeah, nothing. I was not flying, so I was at the base. So I would have gone in early in the morning, back in the evening again.
Okay. Do you remember what time you left the base that night?
I don't remember anything peculiar, so I would say, I don't know, probably 7 to 9, somewhere in that range.
Okay. And that's when you left?
Left the base, yeah.
And what
It's a 45-minute transit. So
45 minutes home?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Now, I'm not going to walk you through November, but I'm going to take you to a date that's probably pretty fresh in your mind, the day that Marie Franz coma.
Yeah.
Do you remember how you found out?
I do. Yeah, I was sent an email. Well, as soon as the ops staff and the base learned, they told me.
Okay.
So I got an email. I can't remember if it was late at night or early in the morning. It was certainly, I saw it, I want to say first thing in the morning, because I had just come back from Ottawa. I was in Ottawa for a set of meetings on one of the days. I can't remember what day of the week we're talking about, but yeah.
He said a boot. See, that's an Eastern. That was not like my abouts.
Absolutely.
He was in a booter.
And how did you know Marie Franz coma?
I'd only met her once. She was on a crew I was on just after I got to the base.
Okay.
So I can't even remember. I think it was a one-day trip. I did a number of trips in Canada transporting our troops, sort of first leg out of Edmonton. We tend to hopscotch them across until they get into theater. So anyway, I can't remember which trip it was, but we did a number of them out to Edmonton just to pick up the troops, bring them to Trenton, and then put a fresh crew on and fly out and back in the same day. So pushing the edge of that, and fresh crew on, and then continue on after a couple hour delay.
Okay. Do you know roughly when that happened?
That we were on the same crew?
The time you met her, the one time there, yeah.
It was soon after I got to the base, so I don't remember exactly, but I would say in the first couple of months, so August, September.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, you got that email notifying you that something had happened.
Yeah.
Do you have any kind of a clear recollection as to how your schedule was going that week?
Well, I can't.
Detective Wilbefit's calling me out for using my Americanisms and asked me to say barrister, solicitor, or lawyerer, not attorney like here. Yeah, I guess we don't have. There isn't. I wonder. I feel like I've seen attorneys, but no. No, barrister, solicitor. Yeah. And that's when I grew up. I remember seeing signs like people had on their porches, no solicitors. But that wasn't lawyers. That was like encyclopedia salesmen and stuff. I'll try and be a better member of the Royal Crown, Detective Wilbefit.
What day that the message came in? Just a second. No, I can't remember what day of the week, but
100% Pine Weaver.
I just think there was a whole bunch of activity spun up as a result, obviously. No, I can't remember the day of the week. I'm just trying to think through the news reports I read. No, I'm sorry, I can't remember what day that was, but what we learned after the fact was that the MPs had learnt of her death, I think quite a bit after her body had been discovered.
Okay.
So I think what happened, I'm sorry, just a second. Okay. So I think, if I remember correctly, the MPs learned late that evening can't remember when, obviously her body was discovered. It was probably in the news reports, but so they learned, and then they passed it to ops so they immediately passed it to me.
Okay.
The MPs work for the wing operations officer, so they go through their chain of command, and then as soon as the duty launch officer had that information, she advised me.
Okay. So again, that
along
particular
with
week,
some others.
right. I'm sure it's spread like wildfire.
Yeah, absolutely.
So that particular week, do you have any recollection? Well, for instance, when you got the email,
Yeah.
do you remember where you were?
I was at home in Tweed.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you remember if that was a week that you were reasonably stable in Trenton, or had you flown?
No,
over
I
there?
had been in Ottawa. I had been in Ottawa earlier in the week for some meetings over in Gatineau for one of the. It's actually for the C-17 acquisition. I was project director when I was here in Ottawa for that, so just some follow-up stuff for that.
Okay.
So I had been here at some point in that week. Again, I can't remember how the days all fell together, but I seem to remember that I got this word shortly after having come back from Ottawa. It seems to me it was the same week.
So if we were to do a similar investigation in your background, is there anything you can think of that anybody may have misinterpreted, or anything in your history somebody might say Russell Williams
Absolutely.
did this?
No.
Okay.
Be very boring.
What's that?
It'll be very boring.
All right, and essentially that's what I'm looking at. Is it? You seem like a very intelligent person, and I think you can.
That's so right. Elevating. This is kind of like in management. We called it the complaint sandwich, and you would like say something bad about a person by starting with a compliment and ending with it. Like, you're a really intelligent person, made a really dumb decision, but I know that you're smart enough to learn from it, and you can kind of get the learning moment in there. And this is exactly what he's doing to Russell. Why else did I pause it? Oh well, forgot.
How a surprise like that would certainly set off some alarm bells in our investigation, right? Okay. So the next thing we need to cover off is, I'll just ask you this straight out. Given the types of crimes we're investigating, do you get much chance to watch television shows, CSI, things like that?
I do watch. I prefer Law and Order, but I do watch CSI occasionally. Yes.
Okay.
What are you getting at here? Did you find my semen underneath the stove? Da 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 da. The law is here to put people like you in jail.
You have an idea of, obviously, the forensic capabilities, things like that are out there. What would you be willing to give me today to help me move past you in this investigation?
Great way to word it. You don't want to be here. So just, what could you give me? The shows. You could give me some DNA. You could give me, your fingerprints. What do you feel comfortable with giving me? Great way to word it. And then we can just clear you and then, get the hell out of here. Fuck. Your time, my time, it's important. We're important people.
What do you need?
Well, would you be willing to supply things like fingerprints, blood samples,
Sure.
things like that?
Yeah.
Okay. Footwear impressions?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Keep fishing, as long as he's saying yes.
We're going to ask you to do.
My tiniest complaint there, because that's another thing from retail. As long as the customer's saying yes, you keep pitching options. You need batteries? Could you give us your clothes? Access to your house? Your car outside? Do you mind if we search that? As long as he's saying yes, you just keep asking questions.
Now, we have a process we have to go through to do that.
Okay.
And for the blood sample, I don't take the blood sample. We have specially trained officers that are trained to do that.
Okay.
I'm going to step out and make sure they're still available.
Can I assume you're going to be discreet?
It's possible, yeah.
Okay, that's an interesting thing. I'm interested to see what the timestamp jump was between how long does he have to sit here.
Okay.
And for the blood sample, I don't take the blood sample. We have specially trained officers that are trained to do that.
16/26/27, so 4/26/27.
I'm going to step out and make sure they're still available.
16:48/51, so just 22 minutes. That's not bad. But his body language, that's interesting. So just 22 minutes of sitting alone for a legitimate thing, and not just one of those, I'll be right back, I don't have any reason to go. Maybe it was. Maybe he just wanted a break. In any case, his body language does not look nearly as confident as when he walked in that room. Maybe the gum's gone now too. Let's watch.
Can I assume you're going to be discreet?
It's possible, yeah.
Because, this would have a very significant impact on the base if they thought you thought I did this.
That has shades of, wow, this is really going to affect the world tour. If you think that I did this. Look at that look too, like he's just, it's a bit of a challenge. He's got the closed body language with the arms crossed, like protecting himself, but he's also, put it out there. And you can see Jim, his body language hasn't changed at all. He's just sitting there, guy in a suit. Hey, I'm just, an accountant. I'm just going through my list of questions. We're asking everyone this.
Bottom line, Russell, that's one of the reasons we're here on a Sunday afternoon.
Okay.
The military has certainly be of great assistance to us, especially in relation to Miss Como's investigation. So that's certainly one of the things that went into our decision to give you a call at home today and see if we could deal with this today.
Okay.
So, okay.
Shout out to the channel The Mob Reporter. Just going to see if I can scroll up. That probably shows them. 500,000 subscribers. There's not many channels that are hosting just the raw footage of interrogations. So shout out to them for having this available for us to watch together.
Because it's tough to undo the rumor mill once it gets started.
He's afraid of rumors.
Okay. Now that you've had some time to, I know we've been throwing a lot of things at you here, but now you've had some time to
There is a clock skip now. We're looking at 17:36. So it's a full hour in between a second ago.
things. Is there anything that you're concerned about that buccal swab matching in any of those 4 residences? Is there, I guess, let me explain what I'm getting at here, Russell, okay? This is a significant investigation, as you can well imagine.
Yeah.
That DNA is going to be significant in our investigation, both quite possibly to help you, quite possibly to help us.
Understood.
I don't know yet. I don't know what the result is yet.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll go back to the example I gave you because it's a very similar issue, I think. And you talked about the idea of discretion here. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
You talked about the idea that I think hopefully you appreciate the fact of how we approached you here.
Yeah, absolutely.
And essentially, we have no issues with that. Okay. We talked recently about the whole idea of any unusual sex acts in your history.
Unusual sex acts.
Another thing that can often happen in cases like this is that people become concerned about things like extramarital affairs, indiscretions along those lines. Is there any contact that you may have had with any of those 4 women that you may not want your wife to be aware of? Anything like that we should know about to try and
Is there anything you did that you wouldn't want your wife to know about that you want us to know about? Like, obviously not, but another great question to ask. Like, hey, I'm just trying, you want to be discreet. You want me to be discreet. Best thing you could do is tell me so we're not uncovering this stuff at the house while your wife is there watching us uncover it.
Why, if your DNA is found, it would help us understand why it may be there.
Absolutely not.
Yeah, that gum is
Can
gone.
you think of any reason why we would find your DNA in any of those residences? Let's focus on, well, for instance, I believe, let me just check the name there, make sure I've got the right address. Talking about the house that was just a couple of doors down from you there in Tweed.
A couple of doors down was Lori. I don't know her last name. I don't know.
Mazzacati?
I don't even know what her last name is, but there's the woman down the road, 3 doors down. Her name is Lori. I don't know her last name.
All right, let me just make sure we're on the same page here.
And yeah, he's got to volunteer that he knows about the victims because it's such a small community. At the same time, you know, he's not quite sure how to play. Like, you know, Lori something. Maserati, don't know. Could be any Lori. 3 doors down, Lori.
My understanding is she lived at 76 Cozy Cove. Yeah, so she would be the second one. The second incident on your road there.
Yeah.
A couple of doors down. Ever been in her house?
Oh, that's another thing, Meowgarita. So they have a lot of this information. Jim Smith is asking a lot of these questions, not as, you know, I ask everyone about sex acts. Apparently, there's a bunch of, like, they've tied him, I guess, like the FBI, where they narrow it down through the demographics, and they had him as a prime suspect in the underwear stuff. So the fact that women were going missing, it made a logical leap that it could be the same person that was doing that. And then when they found out that the underwear person geographically was likely him because of the 2 communities where it was happening and his proximity to where it was happening in those 2 communities, which were separated by a decent amount. I guess one home was close to the base, so when he was working, he could go to and from that house in Tweed. But then the house that he had with his wife was in a nicer community, you know, that kind of showed his wealth, or, you know, his standing. It was a little bit more of an ostentatious abode.
No. We met her once, I think the first summer we were there, so in 04.
Okay. And that's what I'm getting at. Again, this is a credibility issue, right?
Yeah.
Because I don't want to come and see you 2 weeks from now and say, you know, Russ, our CSI people in that house. And are you familiar with how DNA works?
I think broadly, yes. I would guess so.
One of the challenges we have in 2010 with DNA is it's become so precise.
2010.
That, I guess the best way to explain it is I can think back 15 years ago when I started in violent crime investigation.
Yeah.
For us to get a DNA match, the sample we had to find was, you know, probably would have filled half of one of these cups. You know, because they destroy so much of the sample in the testing.
Okay.
Essentially, DNA has become more and more precise to the point where when you and I walked in this room earlier today, we could have sat down, talked for 30 seconds, walked out. CSI officer could have come in 3-4 days from now, did some swabs here, and he would have found your DNA and my DNA, and probably a lot of other people's DNA.
Sure.
A little bit gross to think about, but essentially, you know, as we talk, we, you know, a little bit aspirate comes out of our mouth that contains our DNA, our bloods, or our skin cells contain our DNA, and that's what I'm getting at. If you were ever in Lori's residence, quite possibly, quite innocently, your DNA could be in that residence. Has there ever been a time you've been in there?
No.
Okay. What about the other lady down the road on?
I hadn't even heard that name, so no, I don't actually know who that was.
Okay. Have you ever visited Marie France Como at her residence?
No.
Okay. All right. So you're quite positive there would be no reason why your DNA would be in any of those 3 locations. Okay. Did you know Jessica Lloyd even in passing for any reason?
No, I didn't hear her name till it was on the news.
Okay. And the reason I'm asking that is because I know you were asked that question on Thursday night, and sometimes what we find, and again, this is one of those situations that can sometimes cause us to get in a lengthy investigation as somebody that maybe doesn't deserve it. But what can happen sometimes is somebody gets stopped by the police like you did, and they get asked that question, and people, when they're stopped by the police, they can be nervous, okay? So they blurt out an answer, and then they start driving away, and they go, oh, why'd I do that?
Meowgarita makes an excellent point. And, you know, it's in inclusive society, there's no reason, if he has an interest in some of the things that he was stealing and basically building his criminal profile with, he could have just bought underwear. It's, obviously that's not satisfying the whatever sixth sense of it being someone else's and all these power games. And I don't think the interrogation gets into it, but I know that one of the things he was doing, like he'd leave messages on the people's computers after he broke into the house, like stealing, sexual toys, and then, baiting the person with, like, I bet you're not going to call the cops because you're going to, have to talk about XYZ. So it was a real power game, I think, quite apart from any interest in women's clothing, although that seems to be there as well. But yeah, there's a lot more to it, because if it was something as simple as that, then yeah, certainly, you can wear comfortable underwear. If you prefer more comfortable underwear, nobody's going to know any different. You could do that all on your own. Nobody's the wiser.
The problem is that once they get asked again, then they feel compelled to maintain that answer for fear that if they change their answer, somebody could find it. You understand what I'm saying?
I do.
Okay. So I want to make sure that's not happening here. I don't care what you said to the officers on Thursday night last week. If there's any communication or contact between you and Jessica Lloyd, you've seen her picture, right? Around town?
Yeah,
okay. Ever seen her before?
I don't know. I would say I have not.
Okay.
All right.
And you mentioned something about doing some renovations at your property in Tweed there. I think you said something earlier about tearing up carpet. Correct me if I'm wrong, but
Oh, yeah.
Okay. When did all that happen?
In 2004 or 5.
Okay. Any recent renovations?
No.
Okay. All right. Just want to make sure I'm covering all the bases here. What kind of tires do you have on your Pathfinder?
This is important.
I think they're Toyo.
Okay. Do you know the brand name, or sorry, the
I think
make?
that is, I don't know. Sorry, the make is Toyo.
Yeah.
I don't know the model.
Okay.
Just see if I'm right.
Another question he's asking because they already have information.
Ever heard of, does Toyo Open Country HTS
That sounds
make any
right.
sense?
Yeah.
Okay. When did you have those tires put on your?
Wouldn't you think it's kind of weird that they know the exact name brand of your tires? But he's got a lot to process at this point.
Well, it's the second version we've had of them, so I think it might have been this past fall. They replaced other ones we'd had on the same. Okay. Well, Toyo, I can't say that they were exactly the same model, but our dealership here in Ottawa says they're very popular for the Pathfinder, so
Okay.
they were good. They lasted a long time.
All right.
A lot of swallowing, lip smacking, wishes he
That's,
had his gum.
I think you were talking about the whole idea of the MPs helping us with our investigation and stuff like this. You have the same system as we do at our headquarters with the swipe cards. One of the things, one of our...
So this is important too. Basically, if you have to clock in for work using a swipe card, and a lot of secure buildings have that, there's a very clear timeline of where... I'm looking over at the chat again. I keep doing that. So if the chat's on my phone, I'm looking at the phone when I'm talking to you, but I should be talking to you. Anyway, the swipe cards are a clear timeline. Like, if you're swiping to get on the base and it's a secure facility, it's, 2:42 and 39 seconds you were here. 48 seconds later you were here. 59, it's a very, very clear timeline. Could be part of an alibi.
Investigators did. They made a call while I was talking to you there because we were trying to work through that week of the 23rd of November.
Okay.
23rd being the Monday, 24th being the Tuesday.
Okay.
What they've told us is that, and I want to make sure I get this right, is that on the 23rd, your swipe card was being used at the base. Okay.
Okay.
On Tuesday 24th, there was no use of your swipe card.
Hey, Billie Jean.
And then on the following days, the Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, there was what appeared to be average activity of your swipe card database. Does that make sense to you?
It does. That says that I was in Ottawa on the Tuesday.
Okay. Do you remember where in Ottawa you were?
Yeah, I was in Gatineau with, as I said, meeting about the C-17.
Okay. Now, again, I want to be fair to you here. We're going back 2 months.
Yeah.
Are you sure that would have been the day you were in Ottawa?
Well, only because I wasn't at the base.
Okay.
So I can't remember, honestly, that's the day I had the meeting in Ottawa, but if I wasn't at the base, it was because I was here.
Okay. Now, if that is the day you had a meeting in Ottawa, do you remember being at the base on the Monday, the 23rd, and swiping your card in and out? Do you remember what you would have done that evening to get to Ottawa for that meeting? Like, would it be...
I drove to Ottawa in the morning of the day of my meeting, so if it was the Tuesday, then I would have left Tweed. It was a very foggy morning.
Okay.
That morning. I drove in that morning.
Okay.
So I would not have been at the base the day I was in Ottawa, because the meeting started at 8:30 or something.
Okay, so you leave the base, you would have went home to your residence in Tweed,
Yep.
and then you left Tweed in the morning and drove up to your meeting in Ottawa.
Yep.
Okay. You leave the meeting in Ottawa is a daytime meeting, evening meeting, or do you remember?
Yeah, it was a daytime meeting, finished, I don't know, mid-afternoon or so.
Okay.
We had lunch and then finished. I think my wife and I had dinner because she was here for work, and then I headed back.
Okay. Well, these are the kind of things I'm trying to draw out here. That's helpful to us. Do you remember where you had dinner?
Well, I don't remember exactly the restaurant, but it was in Westboro because that's where our house was being built at the time. So we had dinner, in a restaurant that we would expect to be able to frequent once the house was finished.
Okay. Remember how you paid?
One of us would have paid by MasterCard. Yeah.
Okay. Are you sure about that, or?
Pretty sure. That's normally how we pay for meals.
All right.
I can't remember if it was me or my wife that paid, but one of us.
Okay. And do you remember which restaurant it was again?
No.
Okay. All right. And you see what I'm getting at, right? I mean, that can be very helpful for us because if we can track that issue, right? We can put somebody paying for a meal at a location.
Well, I was meeting with 15 people or so that day. So.
Okay. And what time did the meeting end?
I would say between 3 and 4.
Okay. And are you sure that that's the same day you went out with your wife?
Hey, Rob, how's it going?
Oh, pretty good.
Sorry, I'm just live here. Let me just turn.
I was going
to. I think that was the day we went to this restaurant in Westboro. Yes.
Okay. You finished dinner, and do you remember what you did that evening?
I would have driven back to Tweed.
Okay. And you would have. Now, again, I know we're talking 2 months ago here, but do you remember specifically having dinner and then driving back to Tweed, or do you remember? Are you just guessing here?
No, I'm not really guessing. I mean, I believe that this night at this restaurant was following the meetings in Ottawa.
Mm-hmm.
And I, kissed my wife goodbye and headed back to Tweed to go to work the next day.
Okay. All right. The tires that you have on your truck, right? The reason I asked you about that is there any time? I mean, you recall where you were stopped by the officers there?
Yes.
Okay. Did they explain to you what the significance of
that
that
was
location
her house.
That was her house. Okay.
Yeah.
So you remember that location?
Yep.
Do you remember what the crossroad was, or?
I don't think there was a crossroad. It's sort of just on the south end of 37.
Okay. When you get stopped at that location, has there been a time in the recent 1 or 2 weeks that your vehicle has left that road for any reason whatsoever? Have you
They
driven
called in
or
2
filled up
house
with your
sitters.
vehicle at all? For any reason you can think of?
No.
Okay. Because I want you to rack your brain here. This is important. So,
Yeah.
is there anything you can remember doing that would have caused you to drive off the road at that section of roadway?
No, that's my early. That's the early part of the highway, and
No reason I would cross the road there.
30 minutes from there to probably 20 from there to my house.
Okay. Would it surprise you to know that when the CSI officers were looking around her property, that they identified a set of tire tracks to the north of her property? Looks as if the vehicle left the road and drove along the north tree line of Jessica Lloyd's property. Okay. They took they examined those tire tracks, and they have contacts in the tire business. Obviously, tire tracks are a major source of evidence for us.
Sure.
Shortly after this investigation started, they identified those tires as the same tires on your Pathfinder.
Really?
Yeah.
Your tires.
Okay.
Okay. One of the other things that they do to try and identify the type of vehicle that may have left those tires, well, is they do two things. They talk to witnesses. Okay. There was a female police officer that actually drove by that location that evening and recalls seeing an SUV type vehicle in the field to the north of Jessica Lloyd's house, consistent with a Pathfinder.
Okay.
Could maybe consistent with other things, but consistent with a Pathfinder. And they, what they also do to try and identify the type of the vehicle is they look at what they call the wheelbase width. Okay, because different vehicles, different makes, models have wheelbase width, so they can take those two sets of tire tracks, measure the distance between them. Okay, and determine what the width is.
Sure.
And then they can enter that into a vehicle database, and it will spit out the types of vehicles. Okay, your Pathfinder's wheelbase width is very, very close to the width of the tires that were left in that field. Okay. Do you have any recollection at all of being off that road?
I was not off the road, no.
Okay. All right. Russell, is there anything you can think of? Let's go talk about Marie France Como for a minute, okay? Is there any reason at all you can think of that during our investigation, obviously we're searching computers, things like Blackberries, right? Electronic devices, looking through houses for things that are in handwriting, written notes, diaries, things like that. Now, I'm not at liberty to tell you what the content was, but is there any reason at all you can think of why Marie France Como would have specifically referenced you in some of her writings?
Not at all.
No?
No, absolutely not.
Okay. Is there anything that she ever said to you that led you to believe that there might be something more than a passing interest with her towards you?
Not at all. No, we spent, one flight together talking. I'd go back occasionally and talk. No, if that's the case, that's very surprising.
Okay. All right. You have any questions for me right now?
No.
Okay. I'm just going to step out and see how things are going, okay?
Okay.
I mean, it is a Sunday, but there's probably 60, 70 people working on this file, so there's a lot of things happening.
Sure.
So let me go out and see what's happening, and then I'll come back in and we'll hopefully continue, okay? I told you when I came in here that I'm going to treat you with respect, and I've asked you to do the same for me.
We're now at 6 p.m. on the
Talked about the whole
timer.
idea of how we've approached you here, okay? Trying to be as discreet as possible, okay? But the problem is, Russell, is every time I walk out of this room, there's another issue that comes up, okay? And it's not issues that point away from you, it's issues that point at you, okay? And I want you to see what I mean, all right? This is the footwear impression of the person who approached the rear of Jessica Lloyd's house on the evening of the 28th and 29th of January, okay? All right? Now, I want you to keep in mind
Good
that
to
this
see
is
you.
slightly smaller, okay, in scale, okay?
Okay.
All right, that's not to scale. That's the footwear is actually bigger. If you look here on the
My
ruler,
team's going to kick
you'll
their
see
asses,
that,
yeah.
1 inch is just slightly smaller than an actual inch.
Oh, yeah.
okay?
I
But this is
destroyed
the
them
way
in
it
the
comes
draft.
off
I'm
on
trying to
the
keep it
computer.
mellow so they stay involved.
Move this over so you can see what I mean, all right? Because essentially, when you're dealing with footwear impressions, we have a gentleman on the OPP who's basically world renowned.
It makes it fun
His
to
name is
watch all
John
the
Norman.
games.
And essentially, with footwear impressions, you're in a situation where you're pretty much in the area of fingerprints, okay? And essentially, what we're talking about here is, especially when you start adding in other pieces of information that support an investigative position.
Yeah.
Okay. This is a photocopy of the boot that you took off your foot just a little while ago. Okay. Now, I'm not an expert in footwear impressions, so I rely on the experts. Footwear impressions are very much like fingerprint comparisons. Okay. You take a look at this print, and again, this is one print. This person walked through. There's several different prints to compare. So we're going to get features off of one print to compare, features off another print to compare.
Yeah.
These are identical. Okay. Your vehicle drove up the side of Jessica Lloyd's house. Your boots walked to the back of Jessica Lloyd's house on the evening of the 28th and 29th of January. Okay, you want discretion. We need to have some honesty. Okay, because this is getting out of control really fast, Russell. Okay, really, really fast.
Oh, that was a guest appearance by Rob. Now, if I can catch up from what I think I missed, this is basically Jim starting to lay out all the evidence, and he had most of this evidence. Russell's wearing the boots that he wore to Jessica Lloyd's house. So the footprints that he's showing him, that he's like all leaned forward and showing off his hairline to the upper camera, he's looking at a boot print of the boots he's currently wearing that matches the boot print. Like they've got slides, and it's like, yeah, like fingerprints once you start getting nicks and scuffs in your tread line. There, no two are alike. It's, you know, distinctive wear patterns, distinctive damage marks, all that kind of thing. And his tires too, like, you know, they brought it down to a science, like talking about the space between the axles combined with the tires, combined with this and that. Like, it wasn't just somebody who had the same tires. It was your truck with those tires. Did somebody steal your truck, Russell?
This is getting beyond my control.
Rob got to have a slice of my lemon pound cake while he was here.
All right, I came in here a few hours ago, and I called you the way I called you today because I wanted to give you the benefit of the doubt. But you and I both know you were at Jessica Lloyd's house.
I'll vape one from Margarita, who's gone to vape.
Well, you need to explain it, because this is the other problem we're having, Russell. Okay?
More problems.
Again, these decisions are made by me. Right now, there's a search warrant being executed at your residence in Ottawa. Okay? So your wife now knows what's going on. There's a search warrant being executed at your residence in Tweed, and you're there.
He's got 99 problems, and his hairline's just one.
Deceased. Okay? You and I both know they're going to find evidence that links you to these situations. Okay? You and I both know that the unknown offender, male on Marie France Comeau's body, is going to be matched to you, quite possibly before the evening's over. Okay? This is a major investigation. The Center of Forensic Science is on call 24 hours a day helping us with this. Your opportunity to take some control here and to have some explanation that anybody is going to believe is quickly expiring. Okay? We're applying, the investigators now applying for a warrant to search your office. Right? Right? These aren't decisions that we can say yes or no to. This is a practical steps in an investigation like this.
This is only 40 minutes into a 2-hour and 40-minute interrogation, so he's rapidly broken him down. He doesn't look like a confident colonel anymore. Like, he's all this evidence, like he looks really defeated. He looks like a criminal that has remorse for getting caught at this point, not for what he's done, but it's all coming clear now. It's all making a lot of sense what's happening to him.
And Russell,
okay, so Billie Jean says this is BS regarding the footprint being as good as a fingerprint for identifying someone. And then says, right, I mean, it sounds like BS, but what do I know? I'm not an expert by any means either, but I can see how, well, I'll even show. So I've got these treaded shoes on, right? And, the treads are exactly identical. Well, aside from one being a right and one being a left. But the wear pattern, so the fact that this is kind of flattened off on the right shoe, it hasn't flattened as much. So there's a difference right there. There's little bits where like rocks have taken tiny chunks out of the sides, and the amount of toe scuff there is. These are still in relatively good condition. These are good shoes. Anyway, all that kind of stuff, depending on the cast mark, like if you step into a nice soft mud, you can get an almost perfect impression if they pour that molding material in there. And then you can compare that to the current shoes, and there's a scuff here on the third quadrant, there's a little nick here, and that's just too random to be on two pairs of shoes, combined with all the other little things. So that's my opinion on footprints. I imagine fingerprints are the same, like it's kind of possible for two snowflakes to look the same, but nobody's really checked all the snowflakes, right?
Russell, listen to me for a second, okay? When that evidence comes in, when that DNA match, when that phone rings and somebody knocks on this door, your credibility is gone, okay? Because this is how credibility works, all right? And I know you're an intelligent person and you probably don't need to hear this explanation, but I also know your mind's racing right now, okay? Because I've sat across a lot of people in your position over the years, okay? The bottom line is that as soon as we get that piece of evidence that solidifies it, DNA, okay? As soon as the expert in footwear impressions, the expert in tire impressions, calls and says, yes, I've examined those and they're a match, it's all over. Because as soon as that...
And this is kind of like the elephant shit of circumstantial evidence. Like, well, we have shoes that, they're a match. You can't say that, these are different wear pattern. Like, and that would be the best thing, is you could kind of prove, look, my shoes are scuffed differently than those shoes, and they would have left a different impression. Where's it going with that? Damn, that vape just before. Okay, we'll just let it play. We'll let it play. We won't worry about it.
Where's your credibility? Where's your believability? You're just another... and again, don't take this wrong, okay? But you can see, if you step outside this room in your mind and imagine how people are going to view you, okay? If the truth comes out after the clear evidence is presented to you.
Billie Jean is actually absolutely correct. I got to read this. Yes, I mean, I know it's valid to a degree, but it sounds like this guy's bluffing to me. I'm just shocked Mr. Colonel did not even question the fingerprint part. I think that's what makes this interrogation so impressive to me, is all of this stuff. It definitely let the cops know who their prime suspect was, right? There's no doubt that, Jesus Christ, this is likely the guy. But how are they going to get the info from him? So unlike the Sarah interrogation where they had the evidence. Like, they had not only the videos that they got off of her phone by the time we saw the video, but they had all the cop visits before. Like, Chelsea could have talked to any of the people who've responded to her house and what's she really like, what's this and what's that, what's what and how many with her. So where am I going with that? Oh, I'm losing track. This feels more like a ramble than a morning coffee. That's what you get for staying up all night and eating lemon pound cake. Okay, so the biggest difference with this is that he's really extracting information. He's given the little bits he has, but he's getting way more back from Colonel Russell Williams, to the point that by the end of this, the Colonel self-snitches worse than any self-snitcher, because there wasn't a lot of evidence. Like, if he would have just went in there, said nothing, and let his lawyer get the discovery, the lawyer probably could have given plausible reasons, like, oh, there was that time he didn't realize it, but he actually towed her home and his tire prints would have been in the snow. He lent his boots to a guy on the base and then just got a different pair of boots in return. Whatever the excuses would be, they'd be a lot better than, yeah, okay, those are mine. Oh, okay, yeah, those are mine.
When you finally go, okay, I'm screwed now.
Ooh, Cowboy Criminology. This is a great one for you to watch along with. And we got a request. Meowgarita said that I should react to the Justin Timberlake video. And I mentioned how you called the Justin Timberlake video in an early video of yours right after it happened. So I think this would be a good video for both of us to watch, record our reactions, just, you know, live record as we're watching it. We do our own pauses and all that. Send me your video, I'll put our videos together, and then you can post it and send me the collab link, and we'll put that as our first collaboration on your channel if you're interested in doing that, Cowboy Criminology. In the meantime, we're only 42 minutes into this interrogation, and at this point Jim Smith has given a little bit of his evidence and gotten a lot of confession from Russell Williams, to the point where he's acting like Russ's buddy and, you know, just trying to help him out so that he can get through this situation with a minimum of embarrassment. And there's 2 hours of self-snitching to come.
What are we going to do?
Okay, fantastic. Cowboy Criminology is in. That sounds like a great video for us.
You know, there's only one option. What other option is there?
What's the option?
Well, I don't think you want the cold-blooded psychopath option. I might be wrong.
Oh, that's a good point too. Okay, so we got to pause this. This detective is the same detective that was involved in the Paul Bernardo and Carla Homolka case. And that is some sick stuff. I'm not even going to get into that on this channel, except in, you know, as in reference to other criminals. But they were called the Barbie and Ken killers. So similar area of Ontario. They did some sick stuff. Like the wife set up her own sister as a victim. There was teenagers that were kidnapped, and yeah, it was really bad, really lurid. There was nastiness. So anyway, this detective is telling Russell, hey, do you want to be looked at as one of those guys? You're not one of those guys, are you? Why don't you just tell me what's going on so we can present this case in the best way possible? Because you're not a real sicko like those guys, or maybe you are. Maybe you are. So, you know, tell me, Russell, what kind of criminal are you? Are you a cold-blooded psychopath, or are you one of the good ones?
Okay, because don't get me wrong, I've met guys who actually kind of enjoyed the notoriety, got off on it, got off on having that label, Bernardo being one of them. I don't see that in you. If I saw that in you, I wouldn't be back in here talking to you, quite frankly.
You're one of the good ones, Russ.
But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you got me fooled. I don't know.
Prove me wrong, Russ.
This is over. And it can have a bad ending where Jessica's parents continue to wonder where her daughter's lying. And I don't know. I mean, obviously...
Another good point. So this is another piece of information they need. They don't know where the body is. So if he just shut down, maybe they don't get that closure for the family. So this is another real key piece of the interrogation that shows Jim's skills, because it's not just about you're a fucking sick fuck and, you know, you did it, which, you know, kind of is what they did to Sarah. And, you know, fuck it, she deserved it.
There's a huge search still underway, and it'll continue.
But they need info from him. It's not like they didn't know what happened with Sarah. They had the beginning, the middle, the end. They had the body. They had the motive. They had the bat. They had the suitcase. They didn't take the curtain rod.
It'll continue until her body's found. That might even happen tonight, for all I know. Once that happens, then I don't know what other cards you would have to play.
I avoided it, A to B.
So what are we going to do?
Solid. We're gonna go back and watch this pause again.
What are we gonna do?
Think of the mental gymnastics. He's in his head. He's literally his conscience, and this is one of the most replayed moments. Okay.
Only Russ, please.
Okay.
We're at 44, 47. We're gonna go right back to 44 minutes flat. Further back.
Well, I don't think... And it can have a bad ending where Jessica's parents continue to wonder where her daughter's lying. And I don't know. I mean, obviously, there's a huge search still underway, and it'll continue. It'll continue until her body's found. That might even happen tonight, for all I know.
Cowboy Criminology, just before we get to the long pause, brings up how he loves the room set up. So I mentioned how we've got Russ here in the corner. We've got the interrogator in a chair that can basically close and retreat the distance as needed. And we've got the door behind them with the interrogator between them. So he's able to back off to the table here and make it seem very free and open, but he's also able to close in like he is right now, with knees practically touching, as you can see Russell Williams is leaning against the corner, just trying to make as much distance as possible. Okay, now let's just settle in on his silence here. This is come to grips moment. This is the come to God moment that almost every interrogator I see in the States asking people who have no godly bones in their body. But it seems like there is one for Russell here, because he's in some deep thought. Here we go.
Once that happens, then I don't know what other cards you would have to play. So what are we going to do?
Call me Russ, please.
Okay. What are we gonna do, Russ? Is Jessica somewhere we can find her easily? Like, is this something where I can make a call and tell somebody to go to a location and they're gonna find her, or is this something where we have to go and take a walk? Which direction are we heading in here? Russ, maybe this would help. Can you tell me what the issue is you're struggling with?
Don't tell me what you did to the body. Tell me why you won't tell me what you did to the body. Great question. Like, okay, hey, I can see this is causing you a little bit of uncomfort. Don't want you to be uncomfortable. Let's move on to something little easier to talk about. Why don't you just tell me why you feel uncomfortable? It's so subtle and it just keeps the pressure on. It doesn't let him out for not answering, but it gives a path back to re-asking the question. And the other thing, like, I wanted to let it go as long as possible before saying anything. The silence is so strong. Like, you've got to let the silence sit. There's so many of these interrogations, and the Sarah Boone one is one of the worst examples, where they don't let the silence sit. They don't let the person just sit with their or continue to talk. But in any case, amazing work here of just letting the silence do the work. It's just like gravity. It's just a silent force. It's just pulling.
What's the issue you're struggling with?
It's hard to believe this is happening.
Why is that?
I'm going to take a quick note. Just please indulge me here. Cowboy Criminology says that it's really hard to do I really need to do live Ask the Cowboy. It's hard to explain here in the chat, but basically the detective is applying psychological pressure little by little. I would recommend, Cowboy, whenever you're in these chats and a couple like questions like that come up, have a little notepad, write it down. Those are perfect little videos. And you can even like take a screenshot of the chat as your reminder, and then use that as like your, 15-second hook into the video. Hey, this came up in a live chat I was in. Let's really explore this. And then boom, you've got instant hook for the viewers that were in this chat, plus evergreen content, because if somebody's asking it, other people are thinking it.
Why is it hard to believe?
Kathy Callie went with Indian food.
It's just hard to believe.
Whose decision was it? And we're going to find out the answer to this anyway. But whose decision was it to issue the directive to the base personnel that nobody had to speak to the police and to seek legal counsel before they were questioned?
Thank you, Cowboy.
It's my
I don't
understanding.
think that was...
My understanding that direction came from somebody that reports to you. What do you think they're going to say?
Just going to
Russ.
take a break off the highway and take
What
a
do you think they're gonna
10-100.
say? All right, and let's step back for a second here, okay? I really don't think it benefits you or makes you look any better to start debating the little issues,
No,
okay?
but that is news to me.
Okay.
I have a legal officer that reports to me
Yeah.
who may have given that direction.
Okay.
But that's the first time I've heard it. If that's true, that's the first time I've heard that.
All right, and that may be the case, but how does it look? All right. We're not even dealing with something that's really even evidence because it's not needed. I mean, when
No,
you
no,
have,
but
when you
that-
have DNA and all this other stuff, that's not even
What was
really
the
an
direction?
issue. I don't recall, but it was something along the lines of telling the people on the base that they they weren't required legally to speak with police and they should seek legal counsel before they decide to speak. But
Well, if that was actually said, it would not have been to the base at large. It may have been to the individual, the boyfriend who is the suspect.
okay, my understanding it went out to all personnel.
No, absolutely.
Maybe no, only under your command. I don't know.
It didn't.
Okay, okay, that's
I
fine.
didn't ever see it.
That's fine. Now let's get back to the issue. What's that?
So you talk about perception. My only two immediate concerns from a perception perspective are what my wife must be going through right now
Yeah.
and the impact this is going to have on the Canadian forces.
Where do we go? Russ, is there anything you want from me? Is there anything you want me to explain? Is there something missing that you're struggling with that I can shed some light on for you?
I'm struggling with how upset my wife is right now.
Russ, what are you looking for?
I think the moose meese is a good example of a weird Canadian plural, but a fun one is beer and beers, because both can be right. I had 6 beer. How many beer did you have? I had almost 9 beer. You had 9 beer. I had 15 beers. 15 beers? How did you drink 15 beers? I only drank 3 beers. 3 beers? Might as well call that 3 beer. Yeah, doesn't really matter. You can kind of interchangeably. The more you accent it, the more right it is.
I'm concerned that they're tearing apart my wife's brand new house.
So am I.
I'm concerned about them tearing apart my wife's brand new house. So am I. Jim just jumps in like, I'm with you, Russell. So if you just give me the locations of all the evidence, we don't need to tear up your... That's my coffee. I got a new coffee on here. But yeah, if you just... That's loud. Wow. Finishing phase. Okay, I got it. I can tell when it's... Thanks. It's like a freaking fire alarm. We don't want to tear up that lovely house. Why don't you just tell us where all the evidence is? It's a very lovely home. We've seen it, Russell. We've got a search warrant for it right now. The officers outside. They're ready to go in. Where's the good stuff, Russell? Tell us.
But if nobody tells them what's there and what's not, they don't have any choice. Computers will be brought to Microsoft in California. They'll be picked apart. You can't erase things from computers. It doesn't happen. I'm sure you've seen that. I'm sure that's pretty common knowledge these days. It just doesn't happen. They sell programs that to try and help people clean their computers of stuff, and our guys are pulling that stuff out all the time. The FBI is pulling that stuff out all the time. This investigation will end up costing no less than $10 million. Easy.
There'd be a herd of elk.
And they will say no to nothing. Any request this major case manager makes on this case, they've already been told it's approved. Don't even bother asking.
Thank you, Ocean Sound. That's a great... Ocean Sound says in psychology, we have an expression for that silence. Whoever speaks first loses.
So what am I doing, Russ?
Dumber arrest.
I put my best foot forward here for you, bud.
I'm your best friend right now. Come on, Russ, help me out. There's nobody else who's here for you.
I really have. I don't know what else to do to make you understand the impact of what's happening here.
Even your wife doesn't know some of the stuff I know, Russ. Me and you, we have a bond. Help me out here, Russ. Look in that top picture that kind of shows just their body language. It's a pretty grainy picture, but look at Russell facing the wall now. Like he's not just, you can see in the big shot that he's looking away. But if you look in the small picture, he's literally turned to the wall. Like he's ashamed of himself because he's about to reveal. Or maybe he's just decided to reveal this shit. I'm looking at the timeline bar. There's no huge replays. We'll see. Whole thing is gold. We're about an hour in, so we've got an hour and a half left. Call it 2 hours left in the stream. Well, 2.5. I still have to plug the night show.
Did we talk?
I want to minimize the impact on my wife.
So do I.
So do I. Yeah, Russ, that's why we're here.
That's why we do that.
Here on a Sunday.
Well, we start by telling the truth. is she?
Got a map?
Got a map?
Is she close to where she lives? I've got maps of it.
That's it. So that's the turning point. We have a sports channel up here called TSN, and they do the TSN turning point for major sports events like the Blue Jays when they lost the World Series. The turning point was that fucking bullshit ninth inning. Never mind, I'll go off on a whole nother rant. We're at 55-55. Let's just go back a few seconds and look at his decision process before got him out. We're going to go 13 seconds before.
Got a map?
Is she close to where she lives? I've got maps of that general area. Which town is she near? Why don't we start there?
I'm not sure if you give me a map of that covers Calabar down to the highway and over to Tweed and south. I'll show you.
Let me see what I got here. I might have something.
I'll make it happen, Russell.
Probably the biggest area I have there, Russ.
Yeah, you need more. You need a real map.
So where am I going on here to get to her?
In this block here.
Okay. So you're pointing to
a detailed map of that area, and I'll show you where she is.
Okay. Is she close to a road?
So now he's no longer facing the wall. He's actively into the map here. You can see the interrogator, Jim Smith, also very engaged. If you look at the top picture, you can see they're shoulder to shoulder now, like they're colleagues, just working on a crime together.
All right. Is it something where is she buried, or is she somewhere where if you walk there you would fairly easily see her?
It's here.
Okay. So she's south of 7, east of Tweed, west of 41. And what's this road here?
Not sure.
Neither am I. Okay. I'll be right back, okay? Do you want any water or anything?
Sure.
Okay, I'll be right back. How long has she been there for?
A little over a week.
Was it fairly quick from the time she left?
Friday night.
Friday night?
Yeah.
So where was she between Thursday night and Friday night?
In Tweed.
With you?
Yeah.
How long was she alive for?
Big good mission.
Almost 24 hours, not quite.
Okay.
Wow.
Russ? You're doing the right thing here. Okay.
Well,
Hand out. Doing the right thing here, Russ. Let me shake your hand. I've got newfound respect for you. I think my faith in you has been vindicated. I think over the next hour and 20 minutes, we're going to be able to do some excellent work solving this case. Thanks to you, Russ. You're a heck of a guy. I'd go bowling with you. Hell, I'd have you as the best man at my wedding if I wasn't already married. Russ, it's just been a real pleasure working with you here. Let's get to business now.
again, more interested in making my wife's life a little easier. And her family as well.
Wow. We share that
But
interest.
there's no, your time in Ottawa is wasted, really. I'll tell you where the membership cards are.
Where are they?
They're in the house there, but
In Ottawa?
yeah.
Whereabouts?
So that's where the other house is, Ottawa, which is the capital of Canada, kind of the Washington, D.C. of Canada, Timu version.
Some in the camera bag, which they would have found in my office. And when you walk into the office on the left side, there's a desk of drawers.
Good call, Dabs for Dummies, asking, isn't he a cop? I've been in and out. It's definitely a law enforcement haircut, but he is Colonel Russell Williams. He was one of the highest ranking members of the Canadian military. He was a Royal Canadian Air Force pilot of high enough rank that if, say, the Queen was coming over for a visit, he would be the one flying the plane. Often flew prime ministers on official visits to the UK. Had dual citizenship, was brought up in the United Kingdom before moving back to Canada. There's a backstory there, but it's not nearly as interesting as the front story that we're taking care of.
Set of drawers, like a filing cabinet, wooden, IKEA. In one of the top 2 drawers, and there's a plastic divider.
Cowboy Criminology, that pound cake did get a review at the very beginning of this stream, but don't go back. It'll stay up there. One of the first things I did was have my first taste of it, and so there, you have a live reaction of that as well. But there's a almost 40-minute long video that you can use to make your own lemon pound cake. The ingredients and things you need are all in the description of the video, so you can get those together before you start. Probably better just to watch the video, and then you'll know what to execute instead of just trying to do it step by step. But you could. And then if you do end up making a lemon pound cake, post a photo to my community tab, and we can all enjoy each other's company and lemon pound cakes for freedom.
Yeah.
And there's inside there are 2 member cards,
It's the justice.
which are blank, but I'm sure they can be
And whose images are on those cards?
100% Billie Jean.
well,
Oh.
I've erased them, but I expect you'll be able to draw images of Jessica and I.
What about Marie?
Marie is the one who was a much lower, I think she might have been a private or corporal, whatever it was, fairly low level, worked on the base that he was the super high ranking person. Probably targeted more because she was a neighbor than necessarily working with him, but it didn't stop him.
There may be images on there as well.
And the 2 women from September?
Yep.
Okay. Do you have those images stored anywhere else?
Yep. There are 2 hard drives in the house in Ottawa. I can draw you a little picture if you like.
Could draw you a picture to the hard drives.
Sure. Do you want to do that now while I'm getting them out? Okay.
Yeah. Always take yes for an answer.
Want anything to eat or anything?
Come on, Russ, have a last meal on them. Everyone who snitches gets a free meal at Arby's. Even if you're snitching on yourself, you should get the free meal.
But I do want to talk to you, Jim.
Oh yeah, Pine Weaver, this pound cake's the path to becoming a diabetic. Like, if you really want late onset diabetes, eat this pound cake because, yeah, the ingredients were generous. I used low-fat sour cream. There's that. There's a lot of fucking sugar in there.
I'll be right back.
Okay, it looks like they took the patch for the front of his head from this patch in the back of his head. So maybe it's like a skin graft. He figured out nobody's ever going to see the top of my head. That's stupid. Why have hair there? I'm going to move that to the front where it looks impressive to short people. Oh, that's unfortunate. Yeah, it's almost like a Rorschach test. Like, what do you see there? You can almost see like eyes and a like this is a whole skull thing going on. Like he's got a demonic thing. These could be like teeth, like a disconnected jaw to the chin there. Yeah. He's a bad guy.
How you make it up there?
We don't need no thought control.
Thank you. Can you make it out?
Got some coffees for you. Bit of a reload. Now, the time is 1956, so if we remember earlier in this interrogation, I think what were we at? Like, it was around 4:20 that they started. So now we are a bit further into the day. This would be just coming up on 8 p.m. So 4 hours, 2 sets of coffee. I don't think he's had a bathroom break. Maybe while the cameras were off.
Somebody running around looking for an actual map, but I did the same thing with the Google Maps. Just have to blew them up a little bit more. This is the biggest of the area.
Cowboys out.
This might have
Awesome.
better
Glad to have you here.
First tweet.
Look forward to more collaborations in the future. Happy studying.
0.7 kilometers from this intersection on the side of the road.
And what road is that? Kerry? South of... Can't read that word.
And isn't this kind of odd too? I love pausing it when his head's like that. How casually he went from the got a map. Like he struggled with that for a full 10 minutes. But now that he's on board, he's just here shoulder to shoulder, working with his colleague Jim, the guy who understands him better than anyone on this planet. I think there's a piece of me that thinks that he realizes this is his last hurrah as somebody who's going to have any control over his life at all. And he's just enjoying being appreciated for his information, because it's going to be a pretty steep fall off after this hour and 40 minutes elapses.
East Hungerford? Does that make sense? Oh, there it is there. Okay. How far off the road is she?
40 feet.
Is she covered with anything?
She's wrapped up.
In
She's
what?
on the surface. Just a gray something or other. Cover.
Okay. Barry, the obvious question I'm going to have for you is, when they go there, and they'll be there shortly, they're going to find her?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
I'll be right back.
Oh yeah, they'll find her.
You look like you want to say something.
Just that this place, my wife, it's been a dream for the better part of a year, so I'm keen to get them what they need and so they can leave her alone.
It's fucked up. Like, with all that's, and look, he's 100% serious. He doesn't think that that's a weird thing to, have top of his mind. It's sort of, I've mentioned this with Sarah Boone, how she has this inverted pyramid of needs, and the base, the stuff that's most important, is the stuff she spends the least time on, focuses everything on the tip of the tip of the tip of the inverted pyramid. And here he is worried, it's been her dream home. Be a shame if, you guys tore that apart. So why weren't you thinking this when you're out stealing underwear and assaulting women and, escalating and escalating. Like, I have a nice wife, I have a nice life. Is this my lovely home? Is that my white picket fence? Do I even belong here?
We're going to do our best to keep that as low-key as possible, okay? What do you want to talk about?
Because it's pretty wide open now, eh?
Yeah.
What do you want to know?
Well, do you want to work forwards or backwards?
Doesn't matter.
Why don't we start with Jessica? How does that start for you?
Now we go over it.
On her treadmill. Wednesday night, I guess. Then I noticed she wasn't there Thursday. So I got into the house to look around. Then, when they left, noticed she'd come home. So I went back in through the back patio door while she was sleeping. So I woke her up. Didn't hit her. She only hit her once.
Didn't hit her, only hit her once. Fuck me.
Okay.
Well, so I raped her in her house, and then I took her to the car and took her to Tweed.
Feels the noose.
Spent the day in Tweed. And then I hit her as we were walking. She thought we were leaving. Hit her on the back of the head.
Okay.
Anything particular?
Well, what did the hit on the back of the head do?
Well, I was surprised at her skull gave way.
So if you're watching true crime, then obviously you know that there's going to be stuff that's pretty gruesome. This is as much of a warning as you're going to get, that this is as probably as gruesome as anything could get. By all means, if you don't need to know the grisly details of the case, this would be an area where make a coffee, have a pee, have something to smoke, gather your ingredients for a lemon pound cake. Not exactly sure when, well, you know, it's pretty bad. He did some awful shit, but I'd say if you're looking to avoid any part, maybe the next 2 to 3 minutes as much as 5.
She was there and immediately unconscious. I strangled her.
Okay. What did you hit her with?
Flashlight.
Okay. In the house or outside the house?
In the house. Yeah, they'll find signs of that.
Where in the house did this happen?
In the main portion, just in front of the fireplace.
What do you mean they'll find signs of it?
Oh, there was quite a bit of blood. I hadn't expected. I'd expected to knock her out. But obviously generated a lot of blood.
What did she bleed onto?
The floor. It's just tile floor.
Okay. Did you clean it up, or did you?
Credit to Jim Smith for not being disgusted and just maintaining that same even expression as, you know, he's asking for the time that he used his time card, or, you know, did you pay by MasterCard for dinner that night?
I looked it up. I know I'd be easily spotted.
What makes you think that? Like, if I walked in that house right now, would I see it?
You wouldn't see it, not at all, but, you know, right signs will show it, I'm sure.
Okay. So when that happened, did she have clothes on, or was she naked? Or?
She was dressed.
Okay. So when we find her, is she going to have those clothes on too?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Marie France Como.
There was an open window in the basement of her house when she was away. I went in there a couple of nights before she came home. Looked around. I went back in there late at night when she was at home. She was on the phone in her bedroom. She actually discovered me in the basement.
I think there's a bit of a sick satisfaction in wanting to relive these crimes because he's, you know, really not going to be able to talk about it. He hasn't been able to talk about it. So even though he knows he's incriminated himself, I think there's a part of him that's enjoying giving the play-by-play. He's not talking in generalities. He's given specific. I came down the stairs. I opened the door with my left hand. It's obviously something he's replayed in his own mind, and is now, you know, sharing the story that he's a sick fuck.
She was trying to get her cat to come upstairs, and the cat was...
Oh, the cat. So he's in her basement and just maybe trying to wait out until she goes to work or something, because, you know, he's caught in the house and the cat is at the top of the stairs and won't, you know, stop staring into the basement, to the point where Marie Como goes down to investigate, and that's how she comes face to face with him, and the rest of this fucking story.
In the basement had seen me and was fixated on me in the corner. She couldn't get the cat up, so she came downstairs to try and get the cat, and I'm not sure why she came over to me. I guess the cat was staring at me, and she was wondering what the cat was staring at. The lights were on. So when she spotted me, I had the same flashlight. I subdued her. Tied her up, brought her upstairs. And strangled her later in the morning. Well, more suffocated her. Some tape. Left her there.
How did you subdue her? When you say subdued her in the basement, what did you do?
Well, I had the same flashlight, and you know, she saw me right away, so I was just hit her a couple of times and around her head, try and knock her out. Didn't, but she was bleeding a little bit. Eventually, after a struggle, subdued her.
Okay. Any blood from that struggle?
Oh yeah. No, not a whole bunch, but a flashlight did break her skin a couple of times.
Okay. What area of the basement did that take place in?
I was hiding behind the furnace, so she spotted me right there.
Okay. Did she recognize you?
No, I had stuff on my face.
Okay. So you go upstairs, and you said she suffocated?
Well, I suffocated her. I put tape on her. I put tape on her mouth, and then I put tape on her nose and held it there so she couldn't breathe.
Okay. What kind of tape was it?
Duct tape.
What happened to it?
Well, I took it with me and can't remember what actually I did with that tape, but probably threw it in the garbage.
Did you use tape for any other purposes?
No.
Okay. Did she ever recognize you through this whole episode?
No.
What did you say you had on your face?
I had just a cover for my head, just a, a sports, pullover type, like just a little cap kind of thing.
Okay.
Just a, lycra or something. And just a headband over my nose and mouth. So it covered most everything but my eyes.
Okay. Now this flashlight, where is that now?
And tweed.
In the house?
Yep.
What kind of flashlight is it?
It's a red 3 double D. I'm not sure.
Like a fucking
Brand is, but
baton,
it's
3 double D batteries in it.
It's like a big, I can't remember what brand of aircraft aluminum.
Like the game of Clue with a flashlight in the conservatories kind of fucking flashlight. Is there a flashlight in Clue? You'd think. No, there's a pipe wrench. But something's, yeah. He knew it was a weapon, and it was probably something he could get away with. Like, oh, it's just military issue. I just, it's bright. I like it.
Flashlight's already seen on it. Anyway, it's a bigger one of those.
Did you take anything out of Marie France's house or Jessica Lloyd's house?
Yeah, some of their underwear.
Okay.
That's all.
And where is that?
Some other underwear. Where's the underwear, Russ?
It's in some boxes in the basement here in Ottawa, in that rec room. So we just moved in, so there are boxes everywhere. So on the same side as the furnace room, sort of the back against the wall.
We just moved in, so they're still in boxes. Like he hasn't had time to put them away where they belong, so they're just still, in the box, ready to be put away? You think it's labeled like, do not touch, or like, boring military papers?
What do the other boxes look like?
I think one's a scanner, the box for my scanner.
Mm-hmm.
They're all right next to each other, so a quick look through the boxes there will find it.
Oh, so he's put the underwear into a computer box, probably thinking his wife will never go into the box for his scanner.
Okay. How much underwear is in those boxes?
Probably 60 pieces or so total.
All women's?
Yeah, 60 pieces of theirs.
Of whose?
Of Jessica's and
Okay, I'm going to take off the content warning
Charles.
while he's describing evidence.
So you took
We'll throw it
60
back on.
pieces from between the two of them?
Yeah.
Okay.
So
60 pieces of underwear in a scanner box in his house in
And they're in
Ottawa.
like when you talk about a scanner, is it a computer scanner box?
my computer scanner is up in the office and its box is down in the basement, so
Okay.
it's inside that box.
Does any of the underwear in those boxes belong to anyone other than Marie France or Jessica?
That's a good question.
Yeah, there's some from each of the other two women.
The other two.
Why don't we talk about those two women?
Because 60 is a lot of underwear for two women. Like, they would notice 30 pair of underwear missing. But, okay, so now we'll get into the other two women. So it's all the underwear. All of his underwear is in the scanner box. That was his big hiding spot.
First one happened on the 16th, and I don't know why. I can't recall their names, but
He's trying to make him say it.
live closer to you.
Can't recall their names.
Is closer to me.
Okay.
Might have to throw the content up again.
So the first one, I had just spotted her from our boat, actually. And I got into the house while she was asleep. Noticed that she was alone. And just hit her with my hand while she was sleeping.
And we're back in the content warning.
Subdued her. Mostly just my weight on top of her.
Thank you, Margarita. I'll scroll back.
Had her take off her pajamas. Took some pictures. Took some of her underwear and left.
Detective Wobbuffet has a slightly off-topic question. I'll take off the content warning so that our muted fans can come back. Bit off topic here, but maybe a chance to just kind of reset. Daniel, is a caribou safe to hide under during a storm? Now, I assume Detective Wobbuffet is kind of talking about the Luke Skywalker method of hiding inside a tauntaun when he was out on the frozen ice planet of Hoth as a way to survive. And the reality is, you can live inside, the guts of a larger creature. An elk may be large enough if you're a small enough person, but the reality is if they're dead, they're no longer generating heat very quickly, and you could very easily just freeze to death inside the carcass of an elk. So I wouldn't recommend it. I think if you're in a storm, try and get to safety. If you don't know the way to safety, try and hunker down in the spot that you were last seen or somebody last knew where you were. Worst case scenario, just stay where you are. Don't put any energy into trying to get somewhere else, but just stomp out a large circle that kind of looks unnatural that will help the search and rescue teams find you. So that and I left the content warning up for that whole thing. Okay, well it's back. But there we go, Detective Obafit. I hope that answers your question. And back to the gory stuff.
And the other woman?
Same kind of deal. Running through the back of the house. She was sleeping in her, not in her bedroom, but in her...
Candace says, I think I remember he just started out stealing panties. Really, he started off by being a practical joker. They talked to some people who were his former roommates when he was, just a, teenager going in from boarding school to university. And one of his things, he would sit in a closet for like 6 hours just so he could spring out and surprise the person. So, there's some real red flags when you look back at his previous behavior, like just to be motivated to spend that amount of time sitting still. Who knows how many times he didn't sit still? Like maybe it wasn't about scaring people. It was about listening in on them and being weird. And it was only when he was about to get caught he'd do, a big, ha-ha, scared you. Like weird stuff. But sometimes you only notice it when you're looking back.
Yeah, in front of the TV. Very much the same story.
Anything different about that story? I mean, pretty much the same story and exactly the same story are two different things, right?
Yeah, no, not much different at all. I did have the flashlight that time. I hit her with a flashlight. I'm thinking it would knock her out. It didn't. So, and I subdued her with my weight. Took off her clothes, took some pictures, and left.
Why do you think these things happen? Have you spent much time thinking about that?
About why?
Yeah.
Yeah. But I don't know the answers. And I'm pretty sure the answers don't matter.
Well, let me ask you this: did you like or dislike these women?
I didn't know any of them.
Okay.
I had met Maddie Thomas that one time in our airplane.
Safe
Okay.
bit.
No, I guess when you're going through these things,
He's trying to figure out how he chooses his victims.
how you would. Well, let's talk about Jessica because she was there with you for the whole day, right?
Mm-hmm.
What kind of feelings were you experiencing while you were with her that day?
Oh, she was a very nice girl.
Jim has trouble with that one.
Can you tell me why you killed her?
Wow.
Right. Do you know why you killed her?
Well, I think I killed her because I knew that her story would be recognized.
Her story would be recognized? How do you mean?
It means it wasn't the first time he did it. And if she said, hey, X happened to me, then Y happened to me, then Z happened to me, there'd be other women who didn't say anything about it that he so far gotten away with doing it to, that he knows would come out of the woodwork and say, hey, that's weird because X happened to me and Y happened to me. Z never happened to me, but X and Y definitely did.
Because she knew I was taking pictures.
Mm-hmm.
So because of the two...
Well, let's go back a little bit. I hear there's some, I didn't understand what he said. I've turned off the content warning. He's kind of explaining what attracted him to his victims. We'll go back about a minute and I'll turn up the volume just a bit because he's whispering.
Oh, she was a very nice girl.
She's a very nice girl. This is his day with Jessica Lloyd.
Can you tell me why you killed her? Russ? Do you know why you killed her?
Well, I think I killed her because I knew that her story would be recognized.
I knew I had to kill her because her story would be recognized.
Her story would be recognized? How do you mean?
Well, because she knew I was taking pictures.
Because I was taking pictures. I'm just going to be like, if you guys remember Saturday Night Live, Garrett Morris used to have a skit where it was like, and now a news story with Garrett Morris for the hearing impaired. And we'd have Chevy Chase, our top story tonight. Our top story tonight! And Garrett Morris would just yell the news. That's what I'm going to do here. So if Russell's quiet, I'll be loud. And hopefully my noise limiters even it all out for you.
Mm-hmm.
So because of the two stories in Tweed.
So because of the two stories in Tweed.
That would have been a fairly... been quite obvious.
That would have been fairly... quite obvious.
So if you didn't take pictures, what would you have done with her?
I don't know.
I mean, she's at your house, right? Well, let me ask you this. Is it 2 lived, right? And 2 died?
2 lived and 2 died. So this is it. He knows that there's people out there that would corroborate a story at this point.
What was the difference in your mind between?
Well, the attention the first 2 got was very much focused on, obviously, or for obvious reasons, the pictures I took. So anybody else telling stories about pictures, right, would have been fairly...
So those stories probably would have focused on the pictures I took. And he's alluding to the pictures he took wearing the women's underwear, not with his face, but with his body. He took pictures of himself wearing the underwear he stole and left those pictures for the people that he victimized. Fucking weird, right? But, it's a weird detail that when it happens again, they're going to be like, oh, that's the guy then. That's the guy who did this is the guy who did that.
Line.
Okay, but when this thing happened with Marie France, there was...
Beth of a Salesman says Suma's going live now. Huh. Well, I probably have been going for quite a while, but that said, I still have more to go. So I understand we share the same audiences. My content is going to be up for the long haul, and I'd like it as stuff you can return to. So I'm not ashamed. If you want to go to the replay crew and check out her live, by all means, go in, say hi. If you want to pop back and forth between us, that's also acceptable. But yeah, say hi if you do go, and if you stay, hi, thanks for staying.
Did you believe that you were already a suspect for what happened in Tweed?
No.
So what were you concerned about?
Probably about 2 hours left in this stream, so.
I was pretty sure that, she was serving
30
military,
minutes.
right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, I got about 2 hours left here.
It would have been difficult for investigators to ignore that connection.
And just go back, make sure that the hearing impaired sections were properly recited.
I was pretty sure that, she was serving military, right?
Mm-hmm.
I was pretty sure that she was serving military, right?
It would have been difficult for investigators to ignore.
Would have been difficult for investigators to ignore
That connection.
that connection.
Okay. Yeah, makes sense. Let's go back to Jessica then, okay? You see her on the Wednesday night, okay? On her treadmill?
Mm.
How do you see her?
She was in the basement, window wide open, on a treadmill.
She was in the basement, window wide open, on the treadmill. That's how we saw her.
Okay. Did you stop to look at the house, or how does that catch your eye as you drive by?
I was looking to see who was where.
Just looking to see, who was where. A little what's what and how many reconnaissance.
Don't know that area very well, so I was just keeping my eyes open.
I don't know that area very well, so just keeping my eyes open. It's like new scouting ground. He was prowling for new victims.
Okay. So you spot her on the Wednesday?
Yeah.
Do you just keep on going, or did you stop and take a closer look that night or anything? No?
I could go.
Nope,
Okay.
nope, just moved on.
And you went back on the Thursday night, right?
Yep.
Went back on Thursday.
So you go back on the Thursday night and you went.
Jim just lets him stand up, so he's just, I guess he's been there for a while now. At this point, it's 8:37 p.m., so he's been here for a little over 4 hours. But Jim's not worried, not concerned about him standing up at all. There's no instant, please sit down.
The house before she came home?
But Jim makes a tiny bit, just scoots back a little bit, creates some distance so that he's not in a vulnerable spot. That's a good move.
Yeah, she was out.
Okay.
Start with those. Yeah, she was out. Got in through the kitchen window. It's unlocked. Everything else was locked.
Okay. So you're in there doing what?
Looking
Yes,
around,
Billie
looking around
Jean.
to see who lived in the house. It was just her.
Okay. And then what do you do?
Well, I left the house, she came home?
I left the house and then she came home. So you can only see him on this top camera here if you're looking for where Russ went.
So I watched for a little bit to see if she was alone.
I watched for a little bit to see if she was alone.
She was.
She was.
And I went in when she went back to sleep. Actually went to sleep.
Then I went in when she went back to sleep. Might have to start throwing the content warning up soon.
So you go in, she's sleeping, and what do you do?
Well, I snuck up to the side of her bed.
Well, I snuck up to the side of her bed.
Expecting to try to knock her out.
Expecting to, let me just get this content sticker up. Intending to knock her out.
She woke up.
She woke up.
But she did as I said.
But she did as I said.
So I didn't hit her.
So I didn't hit her.
What did you say?
What did you say? Oh, you can
Lie
hear
down
Jim.
on your tummy.
Sorry.
Huh?
She did. I tied her up.
What'd you tie her up with?
So I didn't hit her.
What did you say?
I said lie down on your tummy.
Look, I don't know how much of this I want to keep repeating, but he said, I said lie down on your tummy.
Okay.
She did. I tied her up.
She did, and I tied her up.
What'd you tie her up with?
Some rope I brought.
Some rope I brought.
So she's on her stomach. How are you tying her up?
Just tying her hands behind her back.
Okay.
Just her hands behind her back.
She got clothes on at that point?
Mm-hmm.
What kind of clothes?
Sweats.
All right.
Wearing sweats.
You tie her hands behind her back, and then what happens?
And I took her clothes off.
He took her clothes off. Go and have a seat, Russ. Doesn't look super proud of himself here.
And then what happened?
I raped her.
I'm not saying that, but that gets into a very vicious crime against a female as an assault. Well, it doesn't have to be against a female, but definitely in this case it was.
A rape could mean a lot of different things. What kind of sexual act took place?
Just, vaginal and oral.
Okay. Oral. Who was performing the oral sex?
Me on her and her on me.
Okay. Any condoms used or anything like that? No. So there's, and again, correct me if I'm wrong. Vaginal intercourse. Her performing oral sex on you, and you performing oral sex on her.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember what order those things are?
If you can't hear him, he's basically just murmuring mm-hms. Not really going to get into giving his responses. This is all basically him acknowledging the most horrific of his crimes short of murder.
Yeah. I started with the oral sex. Then I raped her. sex than me.
Okay. Any kind of conversation happening when this is going on?
Yeah, a little bit.
What was being said?
Well, I threatened her before I had her perform oral sex.
What did you say?
Well, I put a zip tie around her neck. And I said that I would pull it if I didn't like what she would do.
Okay. So she did what you told her to do?
Mm-hmm.
Any issues there? Any reason to pull it? So, do you remember if you ejaculated at that point? Or at any point?
Not at that point, but later on.
Okay. So, the oral sex finishes, and then what happens next?
Well, I continued to rape her, and I had her put on some of her underwear. Took some pictures, lots of pictures. And then got her dressed, walked back to the truck.
Okay. At what point did you decide that she was going to leave with you?
I'm not sure. That wasn't necessarily always the plan. But at some point, I was there for three hours, 3 and a bit.
Okay. Do you remember the conversation about leaving? Was there any...
Great question,
she saying
Candace.
anything about that, or what was she saying to you?
She was certainly cooperative.
Okay. A cooperative can mean a number of different things. Was she excited about leaving with you? I mean, I don't want to be sarcastic, but...
No, she just didn't put up too much of a fuss.
Did she try and negotiate with you at all, or... What did she say?
Well, I told her that I would let her go later on.
Okay. So when you take her out of your house, is she still bound, or...
Yep.
How is that done?
Just hands behind her back.
Okay. What about her feet? Anything there?
No, she was walking freely.
Okay. Barefoot, or...
No, she had those brown suede shoes on that had been reported.
Okay. So where does she sit in your truck when you get to the truck?
Front seat, passenger side.
Okay. And where do you go?
Straight to Tweed.
Straight to your house in Tweed, or straight to just the town?
Straight to the house.
No stops anywhere?
No.
Okay. What time, do you remember what time you arrived there?
I don't exactly, but I'd say between 4:30 and 5:30.
Okay. All right. When you were first there before she came home, do you remember? Did anybody come to the door at all when you were in the house? Okay.
No, I think somebody had come home. Somebody had come to the house just before she did, because I thought it was her, but then they left. I was outside at the time.
Did you see who that person was, or what kind of vehicle they were in, or anything?
No. Saw the lights. I assumed it was her, and then all of a sudden they left. So I don't know what happened.
Okay.
Where were you when that first vehicle pulled up?
In the back here.
Okay. So you didn't have a view of the vehicle, you could just tell that there was a vehicle there, is that fair? Okay. So you get home, what, 4:35 you say? Okay. And then what happens?
Well, she would go to the bathroom and get a quick shower, wash her. Then we went into my bedroom and went to sleep a little bit. She was tied up.
How was she tied up at that point?
Stands the other guy. I put tape over her eyes from the beginning, so that's what she had.
Okay. When they find her, is that tape going to be there, or was it ever removed?
No, I removed it.
Okay. What kind of tape?
Duct tape.
All right. The duct tape that you used, where's that roll?
It's all gone. I used the rest of it to bind her body.
So, by all gone, is it with the body now? Okay. So you said, who went to sleep when you came home? You had a shower, or she had a shower?
Well, we both got in. I washed her off after she'd been to the bathroom. We both went to sleep. But she was tied up and I tied the rope. So I could fall asleep a little bit.
If you're sticking with me to the end of this, and this is at least does have an ending similar to the Sarah Boone interrogation where there's some closure, I appreciate it, and I'll try and wrap up. So if you do want to go to the other streams, you've got enough time to come in, listen at double speed and catch up in a half an hour or so. I've got about an hour left of video on this. I've got maybe 10-15 minutes of wrap up. So probably within an hour and a half, this stream will be over if you're trying to plan your time.
She could move it that way, can you?
Okay, I'm trying to picture how that would be. So the rope's tied to what on her?
Just tied her hands behind her back.
Okay. And
then the rope just wrapped around me a couple of times, so there was no slack.
Okay. Do you remember how long you slept for?
Not long, maybe a couple hours.
Do you know if she slept?
I don't know.
Okay. So you wake up and
it wasn't, we were up and down. So it wasn't 2 hours straight. It was 2 hours in bed, but there wasn't much sleep, just lying there probably.
So you get up from that, and what happens next?
She had a seizure, actually. She felt it coming on, and because she'd had some before. Lasted quite a while. Got her dressed, into the family room, and anyway, she recovered. She got it was the stress, but probably went on for about 15 minutes. Part of it.
So, how do you know she had them before?
She told me.
Did she tell you why she gets them?
Well, she suggested it was stress. Yeah, so she felt herself.
Seems like a stressful
start to tense
situation.
up and said she thought she was going to have a seizure. You know, so it was, you know, convulsions is what she was having.
Okay.
Thank
So
you,
she's
Kid Pusher.
recovered from that?
Yep, she I stayed with her and talked her through it and made sure she didn't bite her tongue.
Okay. And then what happened?
Well, then we had a little lie down right there because she was obviously exhausted. Put a cover over her and she went to sleep. Wait for an hour or so. And I had told her earlier that before I let her go, I wanted to take some pictures of her in her underwear. And have sex with her. So after she'd had a rest for an hour or so, I had her put on, a number of different outfits she had.
I'm sorry?
Put on a number of, pairs, panties, bra that she had. Okay. Taken from the house. So she put those on and I took pictures.
Okay. Are you in any of these pictures?
Yep.
What kind of images are you in?
While I'm with her, there's on the hard drives, you'll see there's video as well. So there's video of the
Welcome back. If you've been on your content warning, if you've just noticed I turned it off, it's all bad, but this has gotten away from, this is a little bit more into his personal deviations rather than the crimes against others. It's crimes, but anyway, turning it off because it's got to be on. You got to be able to watch some of this.
almost 4 hours, I guess.
Of what?
Well, initially at her place of raping her. And then, so I was running the video and then taking still pictures. So the video pretty much covers everything.
Did you use video at other places?
At Marie-France's as well.
And is that video on the hard drives?
Yep.
Same type of activity?
Yep. Well, I didn't have her put on any stuff.
Okay. So Jessica poses for these pictures and there's videos and then what happens?
Then I got her dressed because she thought she was leaving.
Oh no. Okay. Back to the warning.
Got a bite to eat. Fruit. And then as we were walking out, I struck her on the back of the head.
When did you decide to do that?
Well, I was pretty sure that I wasn't going to let her leave, but you know, the idea of striking her on the head was developed in the afternoon.
And what was that strike supposed to accomplish in your mind? What was the intent of doing that?
Well, I thought I would be able to knock her out, and then I was going to strangle her.
Okay. So when you actually do strike her, what's the result?
Her skull gave way a little bit. Felt like there was a lot of blood, so I think that's what happened. She was immediately unconscious. And then I strangled her.
How'd you strangle her?
The same rope. Just put her on her neck.
Okay.
While she was unconscious.
Now, what happened to the zip tie that was around her neck earlier?
I took it off. Around then, I guess.
Did you take it off before you put the rope around her neck, or after, or do you remember?
After she was dead.
Oh, okay. So the zip tie was around her neck while you used the rope?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Did you leave the rope around her neck?
No.
Okay. And how did you know she was dead?
She, well, her body stopped moving.
Okay. So what did you do after that?
I bound her up to there's her fetal position. And cleaned up the floor.
No, you say you bound her up. Are you referring to the duct tape that you talked about earlier?
Yeah.
Okay. So then what did you do?
I put her in the garage. It was very cold. And then I went into the base.
Okay.
I think we're getting into the mechanism of the crime, so I'll take off the
Why'd you go to the
contents.
base?
Pardon me?
Why'd you go to the base?
Because I was
To find it.
flying early the next morning.
Okay. So what time did you leave to go to the base?
I told you about between 9 and 10 or so.
On the Friday night?
Yep.
Okay. So you fly, and
Then I drove home to Ottawa.
so which night would you?
Saturday night.
So you land, and what time are you landing?
6:30.
Okay.
Saturday night.
Did you go by the house in Tweed on your way to Ottawa? Or?
No.
So you drove straight home to Ottawa? What time did you get there at? Do you remember?
Sometime before midnight. I can't quite remember, but I think I went into the office first, did some work. So I think I got home to Ottawa just before midnight, something like that. I think. Not sure. I slept for a little bit at the Tim Hortons in Brockville. So it might be later. I honestly can't remember when I got to Ottawa, but...
Okay.
Yeah. Midnight-ish, Saturday.
Mm-hmm. So you get home, you're in Ottawa, what do? Go to bed or stay up? Okay.
This is all kind of mundane stuff for a little while, but it's nice if you've been away from the chat. You can turn on your volume, we can talk.
My wife and I did some stuff. I can't remember what was going on that day.
He doesn't remember the stuff with his wife, but he remembers, like, you know, the doorknob, every moment of his crimes, like.
And I headed back to Tweed that night.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. No, I didn't. I had Monday off.
I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to go to 1.5 speed, because this is a little bit mundane. This will help us get through it a little bit, because there's about 50 minutes left.
Okay.
Not too fast, just 1.5.
So you get back to Tweed, and what happens next?
You guys don't like it, tell me go back.
I took Jessica's body to that spot.
Okay. That happened on Tuesday night?
That seems all right.
Just this past Tuesday, obviously. Okay. Do you remember what time that was?
It was pretty late. It was midnight-ish. I'd say between midnight and 1 on Wednesday morning.
Okay. What made you decide to measure that distance? The 0.7 kilometers?
That's just the way I am. Numbers. I have to know the numbers.
Okay. And how did you leave her?
I just left her tucked behind a fairly large rock.
Is that duct tape still on her? And what else is on her?
A couple of towels wrapped around her head. And the top and pants she was wearing jeans.
Okay. Did you ever go back there? What other type of cleaning and things like that did you do? Anything else to kind of cover your tracks that you can think of?
I vacuumed the house and I wiped the floor.
If you're on the replay crew and you don't want it on fast speed, just slow it down to 0.75 speed and you'll be back to normal volume. Except for me, I'll sound like I'm on helium.
Before.
Okay. What about your truck? Did you do anything with that?
Just the wash today because it was a mess.
I know I'd sound drunk, not on helium. That might be fun.
So Marie France, when did it first occur to you to go to her house?
Well, probably in October, November, not quite sure. Somewhere in that time frame.
And do you remember why you thought to do that?
Well, you know, she had said she lived alone when the one time I met her.
Mm-hmm. Just trying to understand why her versus the dozens of other women you probably come across on a daily basis.
I don't know. Yeah, I went out there when she wasn't home just to see where she lived. And
when did you do that?
a couple of nights before.
How did you know her address?
I was on the roll for the basement.
Okay. So when you go out there a couple of nights before, do you remember what night that was? When you were there first time?
I don't, but it was within 2 or 3 nights, I think.
Okay.
Well, more than 4, something like that.
And did you actually go into her house on that occasion, or did you kind Okay. So what happened that night? How'd you get into her house?
This window inside the basement. Side window.
Okay. Just to back step a bit, how did you get to her house that first night you went there?
I drove.
What did you drive?
I drove my truck. Couldn't find her.
Do you remember where you parked it?
Yeah, I parked it right in the residential areas there. I parked it on the other side. 600-700 meters away.
Okay. So not on her street, on a different street? Do you remember what street you parked on?
No, but it's actually might be the same street, but there's an interruption in the street where there's a construction zone. So there's a pathway in between. So I think it's probably the same street.
Okay. So you go to her house, and when you went there that night, did you know that she was away?
I'm not sure if I knew entirely, but I think I thought she was away.
Okay. Is that based on her schedule, or how would you know?
Well, because I fly with the squadron, I have access to the schedule, and
Okay.
it's a slightly different schedule she has, but that's probably how I know.
You don't know for sure?
I think that's probably how I know.
Okay. So you go to her house, and what do you do that night, the first night?
I looked around and make sure that she was living there alone.
I'm sorry, did you say, I can't remember if you said, how did you get in?
Same way, about side basement window.
Side basement window? Okay. Do you remember what kind of window it is? Like what made it,
Well, I just noticed it was, the flashlight, I could see that it was not locked, it had been open slightly. So I moved the screen so that it opened.
okay. So you go in and you're in her house, figuring out she lives alone, and do you do anything that night?
Yeah, I was playing with her underwear.
Just playing with it.
What do you mean playing with her underwear?
Wearing it.
Okay. Doing anything else?
And I didn't touch her stuff.
What do you mean you didn't touch her stuff? I mean, you touched her underwear, but...
Yeah. Nothing else.
Okay. Did you take any of the underwear with you that night?
Yeah, a few pieces.
And where did you find the underwear when you went in?
Her drawer.
Was it clean? Was it used?
Clean.
Anything else you can remember doing that evening?
No.
All right. So, after that first visit, did you return again before meeting up with her?
No.
Okay. So, which day did you go to her house when she was there?
Well, the night before I went to Ottawa, so I think that was Monday night.
All right. So let's walk through that. What time do you think you got there?
About 11 or so, probably. 10:30, 11.
Okay.
Yeah, so she was on the phone in her room. I could hear that from the backyard. I got in through the...
Thanks,
side door.
Margarita.
The same basement window?
Maybe see you tonight
How could you hear from the backyard? What was...
before
Sure,
everyone
on the
leaves.
Front beside the house.
If I do, well, I am doing a ramble tonight. It's going to be a late one because I'm going to go home from this house sitting, have myself a nap, and then it's going to be 6 months in review of Dan D True Crime. So just going to be watching all of my videos starting from the beginning, all the ones that don't have copyrighted music in it anyway, and just enjoying each other's company and chat. So a lot of these premiered with, 1 or 2 people tops. So it'd be kind of nice to be able to talk to people about it. It'll all be content. Well, some of it you maybe haven't seen before. Sometimes YouTube doesn't serve it out and then you don't even realize it was there. So be a chance to enjoy the catalog together and just enjoy each other's company. So that'll be coming up tonight. 6 months in review, Dan D True Crime.
Well, so she was on the phone.
Okay. Any idea who she was talking to or what she was talking about?
Yeah, that one.
Okay. So you go in through the basement window. And what are you wearing when this is happening?
Yeah, sweatshirt. Dockers, I guess. And the
Dockers.
pieces on my head.
Okay. And where are those 2 pieces now? Pieces that you wore on the head?
They're probably in my bag and my luggage bag and Edison in the bedroom.
What's your luggage bag with that?
You notice right now in the picture at the top, He's got white socks on. That's because his shoes have been taken for as evidence, matching the boot prints. So he's sitting there in socks in the interrogation room. Another loss of status for sure, but he's already been beaten down, well beaten down by this point.
It's a blue duffel bag type thing. It's right beside the bed.
Is it the only blue duffel bag in your bedroom? And these pieces, what do they look like again?
It's a blue headband.
Okay.
Standard blue, winter headband. And black skull cap type thing.
Any insignias or anything on them?
Yeah, there are, but I don't know what they are. The blue headband has something stitched, a name, some sort of stitch on it. And the skull cap has some sort of emblem, white emblem on the black. I don't know what it is.
Are they like sports emblems or company emblems or?
It's the manufacturer's.
Okay. Anything else in that blue duffel bag?
I think so.
Is it full of things? Other than...
Just my clothes.
Okay. So you go in, do you remember what you had on your feet?
In the house there?
When you went to Marie Francis' house?
Probably running shoes. There wasn't snow on the ground.
So you go in and you're in the basement. And whereabouts in the basement are you?
By the furnace.
Okay. And what are you doing? What's your sort of plan at that point?
I was waiting for her to go to bed.
Content warning
And how long did that take?
returning.
Well, she did. Because then she came down looking for the cat.
All right. And what happens next?
And as I described, I subdued her. Gave her the flashlight. But essentially, wrestled her to the ground and tied her up.
Okay. And what did you use to tie her up?
Same rope, green rope. It's in tweed.
Is it just green or like how long is this piece of rope?
It's probably 20 feet. It's a boat rope. It's got some red specks in it, I think.
Okay. Is there lots of ropes in tweed or is this probably the only rope?
No, there are two lengths.
2 lengths of the same green rope? And were they both used?
Well, I only had one with me, so I don't know if I used the same piece both times or not, but only 2 lengths of rope.
Okay. So you tie her up. How did you tie her up after you subdued her? Okay. And what is she wearing at that point?
She wasn't wearing anything to start with.
So when she came down to the basement, she had no clothes on?
Mm-hmm. She had some sort of a shawl over her shoulder.
Okay.
She immediately dropped when she saw me.
Did she say anything when she saw you?
She did.
Good night, Kathy.
Called out a big bastard.
Okay. And then what happened?
Yeah, I subdued her as I described.
By hitting her with that red flashlight?
Sous Chef Macy.
Okay.
Oh, they were more glancing blows.
Your cat
Cut her
in
skin.
the house sitting,
Didn't do
right?
much else.
Hello,
She fell over and then I subdued her.
Hello.
She tripped.
How did you tie her at that point? Like, I know you used the rope, but what did you tie her up like?
Just pulled her hands behind her back and just tied her wrists together.
Okay. Then what happened after that?
Then I took her upstairs.
Did she go upstairs under her own power, or did you carry her?
No, she passed out on the stairs. And then I carried her up.
Well, why do you think she passed out?
I expect from the hits to her head.
So you carried her up to where?
Just so you know, I'm showing about a half hour left in this, and if we're staying at 1.5 speed, that means about 20 minutes left of this coverage, probably 10 minutes left of my own wrap up, and then free to move along the YouTubeverse, as you will.
Put her on the bed.
Okay. And then what happened?
Well, as I described, I think she's on the bed. I raped her over a period of time.
Did I just turn off the content
Okay, and
warning?
again, just to be specific, what sex acts took place?
Just vaginal.
Your penis and her vagina?
Yeah.
Any condom use?
Your
Did you
penis,
ejaculate?
her vagina, that's how it went?
Did you ejaculate at any point with her?
No.
Okay. But just before I forget, I think I asked you, don't mean to bounce around on here, Russ, but with Jessica, I asked you about ejaculation. You said you didn't at that point. When did you ejaculate with Jessica?
Way to button up that one, Jim Smith.
Time that I had her perform oral sex.
And was that at her residence or yours?
Hers.
Any other times that you ejaculated with her? Okay. When you ejaculated with Jessica, did you use anything to clean up, or?
No.
What happened to the ejaculate?
She swallowed it.
So getting back to Marie France, it's just straight vaginal sex, no condom, no ejaculation. Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay. How long does that go for? Like, how long were you engaged in that activity?
Well, hour and a half, 2 hours, I guess.
Tough listen at work, another one to say.
And then what happens next?
Well, as I described, I suffocated her using duct tape.
Why did you decide to do that?
Well, again, because of the pictures. As I described to you, it would have, it was going to be a pretty straight line back to Tweed.
Okay. But why did you decide to use that method versus something else?
If I had thought about strangling her earlier,
Have an awesome day,
That's something.
Candace.
What is?
well, it was a short-lived attempt because she struggled quite a bit. And then I decided that I needed to suffocate her.
So it was a short-lived attempt to strangle her? And what's on the video, the suffocation or the strangling?
Well, just me putting my hand on her throat. And then her responding, no surprise, very aggressively.
Okay. Any videos of the suffocation part or pictures of that?
There's another one who records his own
Now,
crimes.
you mentioned that you brought the rope with you. Where did the duct tape come from?
I brought it.
And what did you do with it afterwards?
I think it did stay in Tweed.
What color of duct tape are we talking about? I know it comes in a variety of colors, but
Gray.
great. So before the suffocation, obviously, how long do you think you were with her from the point? Well, how long do you think you were in that house from the point you went in that window to the point you left?
Probably 4 hours.
Okay. So, correct me if I'm wrong. Did you say you got there at 11, or around 11?
I think that's right.
Okay. So you left around 3 in the morning.
Well, I was in the basement for quite a while before she came down. And she wasn't going to bed. So I was probably in the basement for 30, 40 minutes.
Okay.
So by the time she saw me, it was probably closer to midnight.
All right.
But I didn't have a watch on, so I'm not sure.
Any gloves?
I don't think so.
Did you wear gloves with Jessica?
Only to get in the house. It was a very cold night.
And what about the two women in Tweed?
No gloves.
So while you're with Marie Franz, what kind of conversations are taking place? Anything she said to you stick out in your mind?
No, tape through her mouth. There's no conversation.
Okay. What did you shape her mouth?
As soon as I got her up to the bedroom,
Why did you decide to do that?
because she was, quite aggressive.
In what way?
I was confident she was, would have screamed, given the chance.
What way
But
was
she
she?
did initially,
Did she?
in the basement.
So in what way was she aggressive?
Well, just when she discovered me, she was very vocal
She
Screamed quite a bit.
she knew who he was.
until I subdued her, so I expected she would scream again, give the chance.
Okay. Do you remember how you left her residence?
Back door. Patio door.
Okay. Did you take anything with her that night?
Some of her underwear.
Anything else? All right. Did you do anything else to try and cover your tracks with Marie Franz?
Well, I turned off my BlackBerry before I left Trent. Other than that, no.
Do you remember trying to destroy any kind of evidence there, or anything you thought may have produced evidence or anything?
I took her sheets off the bed and ran them through the laundry.
Like the laundry where?
In her house.
Okay. Did you run it completely through? Did you wait for it to finish, or?
No, I just put them in and put a whole bunch of bleach in and let it go.
Okay.
Bunch of bleach.
So the night you went to her house and got there at 11, you came from where? Like you said, you left Trenton. You turned off your BlackBerry. You talking about the base, or are you talking about where did you leave to go to her house?
Hold on, I just turned off my BlackBerry before I left the Trenton area. I would have left from the base after work.
All right. When did you what time do you think you turned your BlackBerry off?
Well, it's only a half-hour drive to Brighton, so you know, probably in the 9:30 range.
Do you remember what time you would have turned it back on?
And I was back on the 401 heading to Ottawa the next morning.
What time was that?
So 6 plus or minus 30 minutes.
Okay. So you leave her house 3-ish.
No, I think it was later than that. So the 4 hours obviously was. I think went in about 11. Was in the basement for quite a while. Probably left her house closer to 4:30, somewhere there.
Okay. And where do you go?
I drove to Ottawa.
Straight to Ottawa?
Yeah.
Did you go by your house in Tweed or anything, or did you just go straight?
No.
Do you remember what route you took?
Yeah, 401. But from her place, I think I went straight north on whatever the road is that goes straight through Brighton up to the 401. Hit the 401 and headed east.
Okay. And so you're going to, what's the meeting you're having that day in Ottawa? Remind me.
It's a meeting on the C-17 acquisition project.
Okay. And who ran that meeting?
The project manager, Miss Sue Hale.
Okay. Is that the only meeting around that time period you would have went to on that issue with Sue Hale?
Hmm.
There wasn't like a weekly meeting or anything like that?
No, this is sort of a quarterly.
All right. So the night this happened, where did you park that night?
As I said, across the gravel roadway, it's probably the same road.
Okay. Similar location to the first night?
Yep.
All right. Same vehicle?
Yeah, truck.
Okay. All right. Okay, let's talk about seeing as we're going backwards in time here, why don't we talk about the second incident in Tweed with Lori Masakai on its 76 Cozy Cove. How did you decide on her?
I knew she lived alone. That's it.
How did you know that?
She lived 3 doors down and didn't know her, but I knew she was pretty alone. She had a boyfriend and hadn't seemed to have been around. You know, looked in the window and she was alone.
So she had a boyfriend, but he wasn't too frequent? Okay.
Well, she told me that they were fighting, so that's why I hadn't been there.
Okay. So, did you look in her house before the night that this incident happened, or when did you do that?
I've been in within a week. Probably a couple nights earlier.
What did you do that night?
I looked around to see if there are any permanent signs of her boyfriend, I guess.
It probably is tough, ocean sounds.
Okay. So the night you go there, when the incident happens, do you remember what time that was?
That was pretty late.
It's almost for the better.
She was asleep on the couch. Oh, I didn't know that. I knew she was in there.
And how'd you get in, sorry?
Window in the back of the house.
He's basically just recounting his crimes, and it's kind of sick, the level of detail that he remembers each of them with. Like, it's good that he's forthcoming, and it's one of the things that makes this interrogation stand out is how much information he just gives away, especially as a person that, should be educated, should know about his rights. And in any case, Jim Smith has done such a good job establishing rapport with him that he's given everything away. But if you can't hear, he's basically, it's the same as he's described all of his previous crimes. He had a bit of a peeping Tom voyeuristic beginning to each of his victims, escalated to the point where not only is he stealing things from the house, but maybe getting confronted or deliberately causing a confrontation by assaulting them in their sleep. So, yeah, just a really, really bad guy. You're not missing out on a whole lot. It's not like he's giving, and that's why I've sped it up a little bit. We've got just under 20 minutes left of the interrogation, really trying to just get to where he gets arrested at the end of it. But, and I'll slow it down for that. But while he's recounting his crimes, it's a bit much for me at this point. If you're on replay, by all means, slow it down a little bit and you'll be able to hear that just fine. And I'm not talking too much, unless like now. But I'll sound drunk on the replay, which is kind of fun too. 'Cause I'll be all slow like this.
Summer.
Was it just something you had to slide, or how did you
I
get that?
move the screen and slide it up.
Okay.
I'll keep an eye out, Zeke, guys.
So I got into the house and she was asleep in front of the TV.
Wearing anything on your face that night?
Yeah, same things.
Okay. The headband and the cap? Okay. What kind of clothes did you have on?
Just dark sweatshirt, pants.
Well,
So she's asleep on the couch?
Pine Weaver, tonight's going to be all dandy. It's going to be me reacting to my own material.
I know.
So it'll be meta dandy, and dandy doing dandy, watching dandy with dandy fans that are fine and dandy. So a lot of dandy coming your way tonight. If you miss it tonight, whenever I start, I can't start until I wake up, and I don't know when I'm going to wake up until it happens. So can't schedule it, but it's happening tonight, and it'll be available on replay after. But it'll go for a while too. So if you missed the beginning, you'll be able to tune in at some point.
The flashlight, I think it would knock her out. It didn't. We struggled. I subdued her. Took some pictures. Left. It's probably in the house about 2.5 hours.
So yeah, he said it's basically 2.5 hours from the time that he got into the house to the time that he started committing the worst of the crime.
Pretty short description for 2.5 hours.
Oh. Yeah, we talked. I told her I was going to hurt her.
I told her I was going to hurt her.
I told her that there were other guys in the house robbing her.
I told her there were other guys in the house robbing her. So I'm the one who's been sent to take care of you while they rob your house. Don't worry, there's a lot of us here.
My job was just to control her.
What did she say to that?
She was scared. Worried she was going to be seriously hurt.
She was scared, worried she was going to be seriously hurt.
Did she say that, or did you just assume that?
No, she said that. She was worried she was going to be killed. I said, I'm not going to kill you.
What did you do with, you said you took pictures of her, clothed, unclothed?
Both. Clothed initially, and then unclothed.
Are you in any of those pictures?
I think so.
You just took them of her? What kind of camera are you using, by the way? What,
It's a digital Sony.
you just have the one camera?
Yeah. And the video camera.
Also, they're two separate?
Yeah.
Well, some cameras take video, right? And where is that camera and the video camera?
It's in Tweed.
Is it the only camera, video camera in that house?
Yep.
All right. So you take pictures of her, and how do you end up leaving? Like you,
I just told her to, I don't know, count or wait for a number of minutes before she called the police.
Just told her to count or wait before she
did
called
you
the
leave immediately,
police.
or did you stay there for a while, see what she was going to do, or? And where do you go?
Home.
Straight home? Did you wait to see if the police showed up or anything, or?
No, just went out, had dinner with my wife,
So what did you do when you got
A couple
home?
hundred feet. I went to sleep.
went to sleep.
So what did you do the next day?
Went to work. Normal time.
Like nothing
Couple of
happened.
All right. Do you remember how her clothing was removed?
Well, because her hands were tied behind her back, I think I cut off her top and then pulled off her bottom.
What did you use to cut her top?
I can't remember if it was a knife or like a folding X-Acto knife or a Leatherman or one of the two.
Are these items that are in your house in Tweed?
Yep.
Okay. Was there ever any other time you used a knife to cut off clothing or anything else? Do you remember?
I cut off Jessica's top with a knife. So her hands were tied behind her back. That's all.
What was that knife? Which knife did you use?
That was the Leatherman.
That was leather?
Tweed.
Is it the only Leatherman in Tweed?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So on the 16th of September, when you went in that night, was that the first time you've been in her house?
Yep.
And why her?
Just because I'd seen her and she was cute. That's it.
Okay. So there's no, you didn't go to her house before that night?
No.
All right. So you go in, and how'd you get into her house?
Side window. The was not locked. Cut the screen, slid the window, rolled in.
Okay. And what you wearing?
Same. Sweatshirt, dark pants.
The same hat and... Okay.
This is murder outfit.
And where do you find...
In bed, sleeping.
And what do you do?
Found her in bed sleeping.
Stood over her for a while and I hit her on the left side of her head. Just with my hand. Just woke her up. We struggled. You know, just lay on her. And very much like I described a little bit ago, took off her, pulled her top down, and took off her pants. Took some pictures, left.
Do you remember her saying anything to you?
Yes.
What did she say to you?
All kinds of things. You know, she had a young baby just next door, in the room, 8 months or so. Was obviously concerned about the baby.
She had a baby
Concerned for
next
herself.
door.
I assured her I was not going to hurt her. Physically, no.
Oh.
Any underwear taken from or Parole?
Yeah, both.
Oh,
Where
yeah.
would they be located?
Yeah, there's definitely.
And why are they in Tweed as opposed to Marie France and Jessica's underwear? Do you remember how much of their underwear you took?
Not very much from Lori.
Did they know that you took their underwear?
No.
You didn't discuss it with them or anything? So where in Tweed would their underwear be?
In the there's a laundry room area.
Okay.
Just between the house and the garage.
Right. So where in that laundry area would they be kept?
There's a cupboard up top. They're in a duffel bag.
What's duffel bag look like?
It's a green army duffel bag.
Are they all in the same duffel bag? Is there anything else in that duffel bag?
Just underwear.
Okay. When these pictures are looked at, you talked about being in Marie France's underwear on the first night you went in. Did you take photographs of that?
Yeah.
What about anybody else's underwear?
Yeah. Photos.
If you want to get up and leave the camera, that's
Yeah,
what
where
I'm
are those
going to
photos
do to
at?
you, Russ.
Well, sometimes in Marie France's case, in her house. The other is in my house.
In Tweed?
Mhm.
So is this a matter you would take the underwear, go back, and then at some point put the underwear on and take pictures? What about Jessica's underwear?
She's only her, right?
So you don't have pictures of you and her underwear?
No.
All right. Okay. Well, I guess I just have a couple of questions for you. I mean, I'm sure there's going to be more questions, but I guess what's on my mind right now, Russ, is what made you decide to tell me this tonight?
Okay, this might be where we slow her down.
Mostly,
Yeah, 6 minutes left. We're going to slow down to regular speed.
Is what you told me tonight the truth?
Yeah.
How do you feel about what you've done? Like what?
How do you feel, Russ? The silence again.
Disappointed.
Oh, sorry.
Let me ask you this: if this didn't come to the point it's at right now, if for whatever reason you didn't end up on our radar, so to speak, do you think it would have happened again?
I was hoping not. But I can't answer the question.
Okay. Not too much here, Russ. Just a few details that I wanted to cover off, and specifically dealing with Marie France. From the basement of her house, there's a hole in the drywall. Do you recall how that happened?
Whereabouts?
I don't know specifically, but it's downstairs.
I don't remember that. No.
Okay. Do you remember doing anything with her in the basement where you may have used some clothing or something to secure her?
Yeah, I tied her up against one of the poles in the basement initially. I went outside and put the screen back on and secured the window.
Okay. While she was tied to the pole?
Yeah.
And what was your thinking behind doing that at that point?
Just to cover up how I'd come in.
Okay. Now, by the time she's tied to that pole, is that in the very initial few minutes kind of thing of the confrontation, or?
That was shortly after I'd subdued her and tied her up, yes.
Okay. Does she have the duct tape on her mouth yet?
I think probably.
Okay.
The pictures will show it.
All right. Now, in the upstairs bathroom, by her bedroom, there's, looks like something's occurred in there. Do you remember that?
Yep.
What happened there?
She had passed out on the bed, and I had gone to look out the front window, see if anybody was coming. And she got up and closed the bedroom door and raced into the bathroom trying to get somebody's attention. But her mouth was taped and her hands were tied.
Okay. What did you do as a result of that?
Well, I just got in and subdued her again and got her back in the bedroom. Didn't do anything, just regained control of her.
Okay. If I remember correctly, there's a bit of blood in there. Do you know where that blood would have, how that would have occurred?
All the blood was from the initial hits as I was trying to subdue her.
Okay.
Her skin breaking with the blows to her head.
Okay. Do you recall blood being in the bathroom?
No, actually, I didn't have a light on there, but it didn't surprise me.
Okay. There's a pair of underwear and some socks on the floor of that bathroom that belonged to her. Do you remember how they got there? Do you remember seeing them?
See them.
What do you recall doing to her breasts? It's pretty clear that there was something happened to her breasts. Do you remember what that might have been?
No, I certainly touched her breasts. I didn't do anything to hurt them.
I remember that?
No.
All right. Well, Russ,
When I suffocated her, she was on her front. So may have been something there, but
what do you mean?
well, she was lying on the floor in the bedroom as I suffocated her and obviously struggled. May have been in there that something happened, but I didn't do anything specific to her breasts.
Okay. So when you suffocated her, that's when you had the duct tape over her mouth and nose?
Mm-hmm.
And that's on the floor?
Yeah.
And then what happens after that?
Well, she died, and I then took the duct tape off her head and put her on the bed and covered her up with that.
The time on this is now 20 minutes after 10 p.m., so 6 hours into the interrogation and just 40 seconds left. So I don't think we're going to get the satisfaction of seeing him put in cuffs, but rest assured, he's in jail for life. There's no like, oh, the parole's coming or anything like that to his story. He's there as long as he can be in Canada.
Okay. And what was your thinking behind doing that? Okay. As you might expect here, Russ, certainly even now, one of the Ottawa investigators mentioned to me that there's a number of incidents that have gone unsolved over the years.
Can I was gonna get into that. Can I go to the washroom quickly?
Yeah, I can get somebody to take you to the washroom. Okay.
Are you kidding? There's more after this? I don't think there is. Well, there's a reason why this cuts off here. That's enough for us tonight. We will we'll pause that on a screen that kind of has... Or are we going to pause it on just to say goodbye? That's good. And we'll move to the goodbye screen. That's this one. And move it over. All right, we'll move you up. Yeah. All right, and that's pretty much the end of the morning show. I was going to read comments from my pretend lawyer video, but we are running late. There's other people streaming. I don't want to be greedy, taking up all the time. Plus, I got to sleep before tonight. Tonight, whenever it is, I'm probably late. Like, it could be as late as midnight, 1 a.m. Eastern time, which might be, you know, top of the morning in England. So regardless, we'll do a 6-month in review. We'll talk about my videos. We can talk about anything else. And yeah, my plan for the Betty Broderick Bingeathon. It's not going to start right away. There's some flexibility to when I start, but once I start, it'll be 21 days straight of 4 to 5 hours a day of dandy. Plus everything I'm doing in the evening. So, you know, I got 50 things going on. I'm keeping track of all of them and the 50 things that I was doing prioristically. So, straight A student, doing the best I can. We've got Kelia, Dabs for Dummies, Billie Jean. Yeah, I am back later, Billie Jean, but after a sleep and everything else. So, A to B, no, Canada does not have the death penalty. We do have a number of, well, even the worst, I think they get a parole hearing, but they don't get parole. It's pretty strict. That said, our prisons are way more, you know, liberal compared to the U.S. system. If you honestly want to rehabilitate yourself, there's a path towards it in Canadian prison. It's not great. We don't have a great prison system. Only in comparison to the U.S. system do I think ours is even good. I prefer the Norwegian, some of the Scandinavian models. I'm not losing any sleep over the worst criminals having a bad time in jail, but I do worry about people that, you know, are there for drug crimes like, you know, possession because they were addicted and now are suddenly, you know, in danger of being sexually assaulted, and it's a joke. So I don't know, that's my me going out on my hippie liberal we don't need to get into politics, but I think there's reasons to reform the jail system, and it's not to make things better for the worst people. It's to make people who have a chance to change their lives not get completely fucked and become bad people. I think some people, prison is like it's like criminal school. You know, they go in and they're, you know, just idiots, and they come out and they've learned all kinds of things from the good criminals. So there's a lot not to like about the prison system. Billie Jean says, thank you. Ocean Sounds, great show. Everyone's had a good time. Kitten Pusher agrees with that the prisons can be better. Yeah, and it's not, you don't have to be, you know, oh, they need to be coddled, they should have fluffier pillows, and, you know, it doesn't need to get to that level of stupidity, but if there's a path for people that are on the edge, or, you know, even more, people who go in wrongfully, like, they're, you know, it's not like it's a perfect system. There are people in prison that didn't commit their crimes. What an awful way to go, like, to, you know, be accused of a crime you didn't commit, like Afro Man. Say you're accused of kidnapping, and somehow there was a, you know, well, I don't know, a person pretending to be kidnapped. In any case, you get accused of something you didn't do, you're in prison for it, and all of a sudden now you're a victim of assaults and nobody gives a shit because you're in prison and probably deserve it. So, I don't know, that's as much as I'll say about that. Keep an eye out for my feed tonight. It'll be late. Might even get myself a couple of beverages so that we can have a fun talk like the last one. The last one went better than I expected for being unprepared and having a few clamatos, which are really a disgusting combination of ingredients when you read the panel, but they make up what the Canadians call a Caesar, which is a Bloody Mary with a bunch of other shit in it. I hope you've all been feeling fine and dandy. No. Hope you're all fine. I'm Dan D. This is the end of the stream. Say hi to Suma if you pop over into her stream. Say hi to any other streamers if you're popping into their stream. Let them know you came from Dan D. I hope to see you tonight. And think about the Betty Broderick Bingeathon. Let me know what you think later tonight. And make that lemon pound cake. Post your pictures. I want to see them. Lemon pound cake. What?